What's up, Kings? Not too shabby. We're on in the mix.
This has Gen 13 number 15 is in here, and I don't know when he quit, but I don't think it was too far after this.
Yeah, it's a good question. That's the thing. In this next round, I think cliffhanger will happen.
That ought to be fun.
Let me see. Yeah,
because I have like at least 3 cliffhanger titles that you've never heard of, like KMZ.
Yeah, never heard of it. who would be the big Willie?
I don't know who that guy is. I don't know him either. I think he must have done something and got on somebody's radar. But I think there's a lot more cliffhanger than we remember. What's up, Kings? You guys remember cliffhanger, the deep cut cliffhanger titles? I think KMZ was short for kamikaze. And it was like, gosh, I want to say it was surfing superheroes, but it can't really be that. Who knows? Is Vlad on here? We have Poison Elves is going to be in this issue of Wizard. We're going to be looking at Wizard. Number 66 is today's Wizard first video that we'll get into. And that's interesting, man. This is getting into the dark ages of my comics reading history, and it's something to see like what is going on at this point.
I just want to grab a battery pack for my phone.
I'll give you a deep cut that I'm not sure how it'll make it onto the video or not, but we're going to see Jim Shooter in here at the end of his kind of comics rope, and he's working for Golden, which is like the end of Gold Key, and well, they own like the Gold Key, Western, Whitman, all of that stuff.
You said Golden?
Yeah, Golden Books, like
the little kid books.
Yeah, but they're part of that Western publishing empire.
I see.
So he ends up there whenever they buy his Broadway comics.
I see.
The beginning of that 1980 book, Golden, Western, and Gold Key have all gone to Whitman as their publishing component, 1980, and they are selling their books as 3-packs to Kmart. And then you cut to like 20 years later, and you see Jim Shooter just go from like the top comic company in 1980 to the company that was the worst company in 1980 in terms of their success. That's quite a cycle. Shooter's also, man, he's all over that 80s book. You know,
I mean, he's got to be.
All of those Marvel policies and stuff that he's trying to put in place. And then you think he's kind of around the 90s quite a bit. The very last entry in that book is about him starting Valiant.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, because he had that relationship with the Western people.
Yeah,
like that's how he's like they basically put on hold those characters for him whenever he would.
Well, that's what they say in I think in this Wizard is that whenever he's at Gold Key, like they still own his characters, but Valiant still has the license or a claim, whoever that is, and Shooter's like overseeing them. Which I think is probably not the right way to say what he's doing, but he's sort of there to evaluate what they have.
Pretty cool, right?
Hey, they are desperate for everybody's info, and they don't ask for emails yet.
Oh no, yeah, we're not there yet. The .com bubble has absolutely not happened yet. Like where we are here in terms of computers is like it's definitely increased a lot. Windows 95 came out, which is huge, but it's really Windows 98 is when the $1,000 computers came out. That's like when we were able to get a computer at my house with a 6 gigabyte hard drive, and that
6 gigabyte.
Yeah, that's
megabyte.
No, gigabyte.
Gigabyte.
Not Windows 98. That's late, man. Yeah.
I don't even think I heard about gigabytes until like 10 years ago.
Like the like 80s hard drives had was the big one that had 5 megabytes. So
the first design job I ever had, the guy, he was older than me, so he had like a different design gig before this one, and he said that they got a computer and then they got like a server, and I think it was $10,000 for 10 megabytes.
Right. That would be the 80s.
Yeah.
And if you would see what they are,
money.
The 5 megabyte thing, it was like a table. It was like this, and it hold 5 megs. I forget how much the little floppies. No, I forget how much the big floppy disk had.
The 1/4 inch.
The bigger one, the one that's not this.
Yeah.
Like the floppies, that's like the hard disk.
Mm-hmm.
This would be a meg.
Yeah, 1.44.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
But probably 0.44 was just how to get it to run or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, you would always, there was always less space than whatever the thing. If it's 100
Same
megabyte,
today.
you'd open it up and it'd be like 99.
Same today with the hard drives and stuff.
Oh, those iMega cartridges and shit. We had tape cartridges my first job. I never used those, but they still had them. You know, they had, because every time like there'd be a new hardware update, it'd be like back up everything on the new, whatever the new thing is.
Yeah.
And it was just like, this sucks. I'd be burning CDs and shit.
Yes, I mean, it's intern work. You got to
I
get.
kind of was, you know, I mean, I was
there
in
it is.
school.
There
you
it
know?
is. Okay,
It was,
yeah.
Student designer, so you get the shit jobs. Although we would have other people come in that were below me, and then it'd be like, "Hey, got to back this
Seniority
stuff up.
rules.
Transfer these files."
Seniority rules, bro. All right, guys. So we're going to be looking at Wizard 66. Is it 67?
66.
The more we do Wizard, the more popular they are.
Yeah, that's funny
for us.
Probably the old time Wizard readers have died at this point.
I just want to make sure we're plugged in and everything.
So what do we have? Like 38 years? Yeah, like 38-year-olds now are becoming our demographic.
We're getting the young bucks. Yeah, the 80s book is cool, man. I guess Jimmy has it in his box, but you'll see. It's a Tomorrow's book. Expensive fucking books, man.
Yeah, frustrates me.
50, 60 bucks a
paying.
piece.
I think this one ended up being like 35. It was marked down a little bit, but not much.
Yeah.
Ended up buying that James Cameron book, and it's full of comics. If you look through it, have you seen it?
No.
It's crazy. It was like 60% off. So it sucked because it's like a $75 book.
Yeah. It's on Amazon.
Yeah, and so it sucked me in, and I got it, and it's probably something to look at because like it's full on comics. Like he has like comics from like going back to like middle school and up. It's crazy.
I'm ordering it. Give me a second.
I should have brought mine. I don't want to hard sell you on it
because I was thinking because like on Kayfabe, I posted an image that was like one of his pitch images. I'm like, this guy could draw like a motherfucker, and I was gonna buy it then.
He has a painting of the Terminator coming out of a fire where he's like backlit, you know, so his face is black, his eyes are red, and then like the edges are like the fire color. It's a painting. It's phenomenal. And it makes me think, like, is he kayfabing this stuff? Is this like his intern? Does he have his own, you know, little art studio that works under him that he just puts his name on for pitch stuff? Because the art is like, it's refined.
It's coming tomorrow.
It's cool, man.
I've been looking at it for a long time.
There's a lot of stuff to look at. There's one. Let's
do an episode next week on it.
I think it's a poster pitch, and so it's like all these different subplots and different characters. And I mean, it's a damn impressive. Like if it were the painted poster, it's like, yeah, that's really strong. Like all that pulp art look.
Yeah, I was about to say, somebody in here said that he was the matte painter for like Corman and stuff like that. Like,
there's a picture of him painting New York on this like big, I guess it was a matte painting, and I think he's like somewhere painting where like you can see New York in the background. So he's like doing plein air painting. It's spectacular. Like it's legit. Like he seemed to really be going down that art road, and then, you know, applied it to his filmmaking.
Sure. You know, an artist is an artist is an
artist. They
artist.
are, but he has a lot more than I expected.
Yeah. Can't wait to see.
Yeah.
I almost got nervous, man, because like something else popped up and was like Kindle. I'm like, I don't want no fucking Kindle bullshit.
Tell you another one I ordered yesterday, the Alfred Hitchcock storyboard book.
I thought you already had that.
I have a storyboard book that has like a little bit of the Psycho scene. But they just put one out, and it's like a bunch of his movies, storyboards. So I'll give you a report on that next week too. I think that's coming tomorrow. Yeah.
And by the way, if it comes tomorrow and you're like, yo, this might be a thing, like let me know and I'll just scoop it up.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. There's so much, man. I can't even look at books anymore. Like there's so much stuff that looks good. Like if I just even look at like three, it's like I gotta have that.
Yeah.
Except I don't.
Listen, you do, man. You do. Like you know, I finished a book 2 weeks ago and was like, you know, I'm gonna take some time off and stuff, man. And what that yielded was me looking through my stuff and just being filled with a million ideas. And I'm like, it's time to get back to work. So like that's this stuff it's seeds, man.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's seeds. It's important for our process. Wizard 66?
Yeah.
67?
Hello and welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
We are looking at Wizard 66, February 1997. Before we do, I want to remind everybody that we are on the road to 100,000 subscribers, and we need your help. Hit that subscribe button underneath this video if you haven't already. And be sure to share the videos that speak to you the most so that we can get more subscribers. I also want to remind everybody we are a daily comic book YouTube channel, over 1,700 videos in our back catalog. You can search those on the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube homepage by creator, by title, by character. You will find videos you love there. And finally, we are partially brought to you by the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. There is a link below this video to our Patreon. 3 different levels will get you access to our videos early. And at the King Kayfaber level, you'll get access to all of our videos first because you sit in on the recording session. Hello, King Kayfabers that are watching us right now as we record this. The benefits of that is you can beat the kayfabe effect. Whenever we show off a rare book or a hard to find expensive book, you'll be the first one in line picking that up before it disappears from the aftermarket or goes up in price. This has happened many times in our history. So check out the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon, see which level works best for you. And with that all said, Ed, Wizard Magazine 66, February 97. We just got done with the big 5-year anniversary issue of Wizard, and things look bleak here in 1997. And the first thing I noticed when I pulled this issue this week, it's a thin issue. What this means, and everybody who's paid attention to magazines over the last 20 years have watched these magazines go from giant stuffed full of advertising magazines down into almost nothing. That is what I see whenever I see this issue. And we've talked about that on previous episodes. Make me think, what all has changed in Wizard Magazine in the 5 years we've been covering it? One of the standouts, there was no manga in those first couple of years worth of Wizard Magazine. So kind of interesting as we go through this to kind of look and think, Wizard continues to evolve in an effort to keep their fan base alive. And it'll be interesting to kind of see how they are almost feeling in the darkness to try to like stop plummeting sales.
Well, that's true. And to be honest, I do not think that the Wizard sales personally for that business were really plummeting. I think that they were, on the rise, and I think some of that is even evidence with our videos. When we put these things out each week, the next one is the more popular one. Like, it's receiving a critical mass, and the way that you could tell that is also by the ads, because it's Hollywood movies who are advertising, and video games that have like real budgets. So it's almost like the comic guys can't even afford to buy ad space in the comic magazine. And we will see within the pages of this particular issue, when it's, Batman versus Captain America, who would win in a fight, that there is nothing to do with this being like a proper trade magazine, or for people of our stripes who are interested in, the making of comics. You got to go to Comics Journal for that. This is now just a popcorn cash wrap at the grocery store magazine. Lowest common denominator.
By the way, I think that is the direction we're going to see more of, though, is that pop culture, like movie kind of stuff. Chase Absolutely. That, chase the toys, chase the video games. And to your point of like a bigger audience or more popular videos, I think that does bring in a bunch of people, fans who are interested in whatever the upcoming Kevin Smith Superman movie is, or the Spawn cartoon. We have 2 different covers here. Wizard had this long practice of having a newsstand edition as well as a direct market or comic shop edition. So same contents inside, but you see the 2 different covers. Obviously, the newsstand being the big iconic characters, Batman and Captain America.
Yeah, the ones that mom and dad would be able to recognize.
Exactly. And you had a polybag version, Ed, so we can show some of the stuff that comes packaged. Pull out poster of X-Man by Roger Cruz. An ad basically soliciting your contact information, and there's a couple of these scattered throughout this issue.
You would recognize them on the in the 90s Marvel comics. They would have like mail away coupons and stuff like that, where you could get comics off them.
And I have seen people posting comments about criticizing American entertainment as one of those speculator feeders, that totally. Really contributed to and I was guilty of this, because they would have discounts on like buy 3 of Youngblood #1 and you get this little price break or whatever. Like they were pushing volume too.
Buy 10 and you will get, a price break. So yeah, absolutely. That's, as soon as you said that, that's the first thing that came to mind.
That's funny. And then your AOL disc, which
pop this into your computer. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I wonder. This is one of those probably age markers that we're going to be seeing pretty soon. Is you're a boomer if you were getting your internet on your disk.
Yeah, where kids see this and they're like, oh, that's the directory icon on your computer, or like isn't this on some icon on the computer or something?
That's amazing.
I haven't seen one of those in a while.
No.
Always benefit when we have some of the swag.
Yeah, I like seeing some of that package stuff. But with that said, it is time to dive in here. And this direct market, J. Scott Campbell on the cover, the hot Gen 13 artist at the time. Gen 13, what I've learned, selling about 3 times your average Image comic at the time. It really was the breakout hit for Wildstorm and kind of for Image in general. I don't know that Campbell sticks around much longer. We're at about issue 15 of Gen 13 ongoing series. I think his run is really close to the end.
I think was it issue 13 that came out with like ABC, where it had Bone and a lot of those characters. We did a video on that, a really cool little comic kind of couched within that series, where the Gen 13 characters get involved in the multiverse. And I'm trying to think of some of the other characters. Obviously there's like the Spawns and the other Image
Jeff
characters.
Smith's Bone.
Yeah, that's the other big one. And then like
probably Ash. There are a
Flaming
lot.
Carrot or something.
Yeah, there could be. There's probably 20 different characters in there. So they did a good job of like, let's round up the creator-owned characters and put them. Cerebus must have made an appearance, I'm guessing.
I don't know about that, but I think Madman was in there.
Yeah, kind of a cool gimmick. And
check out that video.
Definitely look that one up.
Excuse me. Okay, you know what, dudes? To speak to your point of Campbell maybe not being on the series that much longer, I think Joe Mad is done with X-Men at 350. I think so. You got a half a year probably before Cliffhanger is going to be coming out, and this is we're getting into a mature Joe Mad here.
Yeah, right.
As you could tell by the Gilbert Roger Cruz stuff, like, where he's totally cribbing the Joe Madureira style. You can see that it's fully formed at this point by way of Roger Cruz with the bubble hands and stuff.
It's amazing. Joe Mad needs to start his own studio. The Mad Studios there. Bring Roger Cruz in.
When they created that whole new wing of art. We didn't cover issue 1. We did a Travis Charest video. If you have that, we should do that.
Yeah, we should do that one. I think Adam Hughes does one, Jim Lee does one, and I'm not sure if the third guy is like Matt Broom or somebody. It's kind of which of these is not like the other.
I almost spit my tea.
Probably worth checking out. Like we've gotten a good response on Adam Hughes stuff, and he doesn't do that many comics, so I'm pretty sure that he does one in that series as well.
Yeah, but Travis is using like washes and markers and zipatones, like all kinds of stuff for his comics.
Yeah, pretty fun one to look up original art online. You can see it too. Most of it's on the board, so you get to see all those kind of weird washes and everything.
I like to see that Gareb Shameless got rid of the mullet. By the way, he has a different headshot every month. Like that is money is being spent at the local Olin Mills every month to get the new Gareb Shameless picture plug.
Yeah, he's doing his predictions for 97, and quite honestly, I don't see anything that stands out there. Big publishers will shed their lines of non-performing books. I feel like that might happen every year. It's probably like common publishing practices. None of the letters stood out to me this issue. Anything pop for you?
There's more talk of the tattoo stuff going back and forth.
Tattoo gate here.
Which has now replaced the Iron Man versus X-Men or whatever. Somebody in the comments made mention that in New York City, tattooing was illegal until 1997, technically.
Yes, yeah, I saw that.
That's wild.
It is wild, and I guess I forget that there was a stigma against tattoos. Like in my mind, it's kind of over by the 90s, but I guess it wasn't.
Yeah, and I'm sure that was like a technical thing, one of those technical laws that like whenever we need a little cash infusion at the local borough, we go bust a tattoo shop.
I feel like all of my friends got tattoos in the 90s. So in my mind, it's like, yeah,
even to this day, like I'm not going to blow the spot too much, but there is like an element in the Pittsburgh tattoo game that definitely controls the stuff, man. A little protection thing going.
Jack Kirby's Fourth World. This is John Byrne. About the time I'm still into John Byrne a lot. And he's going to write and draw Jack Kirby's Fourth World. I remember it was a cool thing that Jack Kirby was in the title. Since it's his characters and everything. Covers by Walt Simonson, and I mentioned that because a few years further down the road, we're going to get Walt Simon doing or Ryan.
Yeah.
So, you know, like he gets a crack at these characters as well. I need to look and see if I have this, but this may be an issue that is worth taking a look at, see what John Byrne did with his Dreamcast.
I always like, you know, Sailor Moon went away, and that really hurt people. And what do you see right there, man? Because there were people who were like, what are you talking about? You had to wake up early to go watch the anime. What's that say right there, man? Had to wake up at 5:30 a.m. before school. I'm telling you, they would put anime for a decade. It would be on at like 5:30 in the morning. You had to wake up extra early. And I said it before. I'm like, yo, girls weren't waking up that early, but like dudes were to fuck with that stuff. But it just wasn't enough. I had this issue, man. So I remember it fondly. Like that Martha Washington goes to war thing. Fondly isn't the word, actually, but you know what I'm saying. How about Dynamic Forces? They're still in the game doing the same kind of grift that they were doing even back then.
That's not Dynamite, right? That's a separate. That's not.
I do think it's a different business.
Yeah.
But yeah, both of them are. Well, I guess Dynamite, the publisher, isn't here, but yeah, Dynamic Forces still does the same bullshit.
I thought the letter art was interesting to note. A couple of manga anime envelopes.
Yeah, shout to Akira Toriyama, man. That fucking stings real bad to me, Jimmy. It really, really does. It hurts.
So I read this and I had to check the cover date and be like, is this an April Fool's issue? It's really bizarre. Like they talk about taking time off and they're going to have somebody else, Grant Morrison and Mark Miller, do 12 issues. And then they're going to come back because they have like stories leading up to issue 150. It was just really strange reading this.
Yeah, but what is noteworthy is that Mark Miller is still deeply connected with Grant Morrison. It's senpai kohai shit. And it's been that way for several years well, several months at this point, I guess.
They co-wrote quite a few books.
Yeah, totally. And you know, earlier conversation with Morrison, he brought up Mark Miller. We interviewed Mark Miller, and he talked about like whenever he got his foot in the door, he didn't give a fuck what you wanted him to write. He would write the who's who entries for characters, whatever. So you know, that's a noteworthy piece. Jimmy, let's cut real quick because I hate this glare over here, and all I got to do is push this material up. Because I don't want you to have to be conscious of it all the time. I don't know if it's this one or the other.
Yeah, I think it might be this. That didn't change too much, so it might be this one.
Or it might even fucking be these.
Nah, it waved whenever you put it on it. Yeah. It was there for a minute.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Perfect. X-Men Wildcats crossover. Mentioned that. We saw the ad in the front. And I didn't realize that's a Scott Lobdell. So maybe that's his his high mark in the comics business.
And what pushed Travis Charest out of America and to go to France to learn how to make good comics.
Yeah, so we'll probably have to take a look at those. It's so fascinating because here's the Hulk and Pitt crossover being announced. We do have a video on Cartoonist Kayfabe covering the Hulk Pitt crossover. Noteworthy to me because Del Keown had done such a good Hulk. Like it's kind of the perfect formula, at least theoretically, for one of these crossovers.
It's interesting also because Peter David really kind of has to eat crow a little bit because he was such a proponent against Image Comics. Like he was this like clear like antagonist to the Image Comics guys. So has to eat crow a little bit by, you know, working with one of the Image dudes. Of course, the Jeff Smith thing is very noteworthy. He found his footing in the midst of the loss of distribution that happened in the middle 90s and everything, and found a little foothold by connecting with Image Comics to help right the ship or just give them a clear idea of like where the business of comics was going. And it made me think about our semi-recent shoot interview with Paul Pope when he was talking about losing a big chunk of money because a distributor went away. Paul Pope, Columbus, Ohio cat. Jeff Smith, Columbus, Ohio cat. These guys are connected. So Paul was commiserating with Jeff Smith and was like, damn, dude, I lost like X amount of dollars. And Jeff Smith was like, oh yeah, same distributor. I lost double X amount of dollars. And Paul Pope was like, oh, okay, I get it.
Milestone Media, rumors are circulating that DC Comics is canceling that. interesting to me because we covered this 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. Like whenever I think of like Wizard being like, this is comics with all this energy and money happening, Milestone was one of those many universes. I haven't heard it mentioned in years worth of Wizards.
They did not get a shot. Like whatever kind of goodwill, DC was trying to put together, they published the comics, but they did not support.
I mean,
the comics.
I don't remember the last mention. It's been a long time since that's why this caught my eye, because It's like, I didn't realize they were still publishing, because I haven't seen them mentioned in Wizard in a long time.
There was a feature on them probably in issue 39. And it was, a substantial article, 4 or 5 pages, but that's probably it.
Boy, Wildcats are busy. JLA Wildcats planned with Grant Morrison, the writer of JLA at this time, Howard Porter, basically the creative team of JLA taking this on. I don't remember seeing this, but that does not mean it didn't come out. It just wasn't what I was looking for at the time. It's astonishing to me seeing these crossovers, these big company crossovers with the A-list creators on them. Like all the eggs are in the basket of like, just hot shot. Just keep our heads above water.
That's how the Image dudes knew that they were fucking big willies, man. And that they really had an effect beyond just the pure financials. When you're able to make these deals with Marvel and DC and take their A-list creations, combine them with the characters that you created last year, that's a statement.
Yeah. Walt Simonson has joined the Legend imprint here, going to do a Star Slammers, another miniseries, this time under Dark Horse's Legend imprint.
Yeah, they're promoting a new Sin City one-shot. Of course, before the very first one was The Babe Wore Red and other stories. And now we're going for Sex and Violence. And I think that there are maybe like 3 or 4 total. Silent Night comes before this one. But he starts playing with those spot colors in The Babe Wore Red. And then in this one, he starts to do the like light blue, and it's that character that shows up in like all the rest of the miniseries. I mean, the one shots. There is a collection of those. I forget what the title of that collection is. Maybe it's like called like Broads and Bullets, or
that sounds right.
Babes, Broads, Bullets, something like that.
Maybe might be in there somewhere. Yeah. Marvel lets 115 employees go, laid off 115 people. Makes me curious how many people were actually working there. Reported a $12.5 million third quarter loss. Its 6th consecutive quarterly loss.
The announcement of layoffs comes 1 week after financier Ron Perlman, not to be confused with the actor from Hellboy, whose holding company controls about 80% of the company, offered to pay $350 million for new Marvel shares of stock in a bid to keep the company out of bankruptcy.
Yeah, so we're starting to build.
Good money after bad.
Yes, although... who knows what Perlman's plans are, because that's what's going to be coming up once they get into bankruptcy and a couple of parties are fighting over control.
He's going to Mitt Romney that shit, man, like, sell the bones.
That's certainly something some of those Wall Streeters looked at Marvel as being, potential for.
That's all it is.
Jay Lee returns. Didn't realize he was missing, but he's been gone since the Hellshock miniseries from Image in 1994. Took a couple years off, has been working on an ongoing series, and critically analyzing what he's up to and trying to get better.
And it's fucking good luck, man, because he's talking about spending 3 years researching. What are you talking about? Like, I definitely have the first miniseries, and there was at least one issue of like the second one that came out, right?
Oh yeah, I think there were a bunch of issues of the ongoing.
Okay, 3 years of what were you researching, Jay?
Yeah,
because it's like you know what it is, dude. Like these guys that get into the game drawn, because like I could put myself into that camp. Like it was penciling that got me interested in comics. The story part is in their head so clearly, and it does not show up on the page. That's everything that went wrong with Image Comics in the first place. Is like it's such a clear vision in their mind, but they cannot articulate it using both words and pictures. And he certainly, was victim of that with Hellshock, and that's where he blew his load. Like the death of that brand of Jay Lee. I think people told me, people from the Kayfabe audience, they would talk to him, at shows and stuff, and he said that he like physically can't even draw in that style anymore. It's like impossible. He forgot how to draw that way.
It makes me sad. I think he's a very good artist in several eras of his style. But
Yeah,
that one that spoke to me was that one where he's doing like 9 pages a day, Namor, Youngblood Strike Files, Wildcats Trilogy, just dumping ink on the pages, it looked like.
Yeah.
And I really love that stuff. I still look at that stuff and think it's awesome, and kind of bums me out. But a lot of artists go through this. You know, in some ways, we've talked about Silvestri a lot over the last several issues of Wizard, and I feel like he's a guy that did that. Went from doing bi-weekly issues of X-Men to like, I run the company. I'll take all the time I want. I'll make it exactly how I want. And it's like, good for them. But man, I love that energy that would come from like deadlines and maybe a little bit overbooked. I lingered here just to kind of show like what's going on with Wizard Online, you know, the various chats and clubs and things that you could go and take part in, because I have a feeling like there were fans that really engaged that way, you know, found their peers and people to talk about their comics with.
Yeah. Oh, dude, you go back real quick one time. Check this out, man. Big Apple Comic Con. We just did that in December. And if you take a look at the venue, St. Paul's Church Auditorium, it's a fancy word for church basement. And I've been to those in like, 2000, 2001.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Wonder how long that kept going, because I feel like they changed at some point whenever the venue wasn't ready one day for one of their shows as a pivot moment in their history. When we were looking at Legend news a minute ago, I skipped all the Mike Allred stuff because I knew this was going to be called out here. Has a huge year planned for Mike Allred. So Superman Madman 3-issue crossover. Again, everybody's getting on board these crossovers. I feel like this is quite an achievement for Allred. I like Allred and Madman, but up to this point, like, it's a dark horse book, and he's probably not the A-list guy in the Legends lineup at this time. Relatively a newcomer. And that's a pretty good score, I think, to be able to get 3 issues prestige format with Superman.
It's not prestige format,
isn't it? Aren't they oversized?
If they promote it that way, that it didn't turn out that way, because I have 2 of the 3, and they're just issues.
Okay.
Yeah. And I was fully on board. I was fully in the Allred camp at this moment, so I was scooping that up. And Red Rocket 7, I said it in the shoot interview. It was a big inspiration for Hip Hop Family Tree, in that he creates this like intergalactic Forrest Gump, we could call him, and he goes through sort of the early history of rock and roll from Chuck Berry, Elvis, Bowie, all that. And these are characters in the comic, and I just didn't even know that was even legal, that you could even do that. And the characters were all spot on, great at capturing likenesses as opposed to caricatures. It's not a Mort Drucker approach or anything like that, but super, super, super influential comic to me. I don't think it sold because it was the size of record albums. And of course, to this day, retailers are
they hate it.
Yeah, they
that's how you can judge like the boomer retailer.
Yeah, totally.
Doesn't fit in the box. And finally, Madman's schedule update. So like he's got his whole year planned out here with pretty ambitious, 3 issues of the Superman crossover. Red Rocket 7, I think, was 7 issues, and then the next Madman story arc starting in August.
By being, not Frank Miller or, one of the sort of big willies, John Burns, he really benefited from hitting his marks to us, the buying public.
Yes.
I really appreciated that the books would come out when he said they would come out. Every 4 weeks I was able to have, a reliable, Madman comic for a while there. Then like more towards the end, it starts to get a little bit weird.
I think he also benefited style wise. Just nobody really was drawing in this kind of like brush, poppy heavy outline style at the time.
Right.
And it was so refreshing to me to not see the Hunt 102 cross hatching of Scott Williams and all his clones.
Yeah, it's when that term like pop art like really started to come back into comics, and it would be associated with him, Klaus, and looking at all their styles, I'm like, okay, so like a thick outline with no crosshatch, that means pop art. Like I didn't understand what pop art.
You know what they
meant.
mean by it? Because it's not like pop art, the art movement. Right. I swear it's like the thick outline makes it pop off the background.
I see.
Yeah, I think that that term is used a little bit different than you'd hear it in art history class. But hey, man, it's still in my mind, it's this original style, and I feel like he got justly rewarded for that.
Yeah, and you know what else is cool is he didn't use the fucking mullet head,
right?
Superman, so they're showing a Jurgens or Brett Breeding or somebody right there, man. But he didn't have to do that. When guys like the JLA Wildcats, like it's mullet head and it's Harpoon Hand, Aquaman, like all the boring shit.
I think he might still have that harpoon.
Oh, is that true?
I don't know. It's been a while since I looked at an Aquaman, but he had it for a long time.
You need to just put that orange scales and just deal with it.
Broadway Comics shuts down. This is Jim Shooter's last, I think his last comics.
Yeah.
Big comics push. It is sold to Golden Books, which at this point I believe is sort of the legacy of Western Dell, Gold Key, all of those. They still own those imprints. They still license the rights to like Turok and Solar to Acclaim and Valiant. They also have Lone Ranger. Somehow they have the defunct Defiant comics. So that must have been part of maybe how Jim Shooter put together this Broadway deal or something. Shooter still kept on with Golden Books at this time to kind of go through their stuff and see anything valuable here. I don't remember anything coming out of that.
He's doing super well. Like he's fine financially. And I wonder, like, whenever these companies go away, if there's some kind of like parachute that he gets, some golden parachute in these, you know, tchotchke companies. Because it's not like, you know, he's hurting for work, or when he does his Zooms and stuff, his house looks pretty nice.
Maybe a smart guy, you know, not what you make, it's what you save, right?
Yeah.
Any company news pop for you?
I don't think so.
Star Wars seems to be having a lot of luck with their Star Wars license, but we'll see that a little bit more later in this issue.
Take your drink, everybody, man. We got some more, you know, rich kid California trust fund comic book makers who are trying to get their movie script greenlit by way of the comic industry.
They're expanding, man. Chrome Warriors, Evolutionaries, Velocity Girl, Knights of Light. I've spent many hours digging through quarter bins, 50-cent boxes, dollar boxes. I don't remember seeing any of these ever.
Half-page ad in a magazine that has half-page ads from, you know, big willy video game companies and stuff. These are those kind of regional comics that I bet you if we went digging around WonderCon in the dollar bins, like we would find the stuff there, because of course this is California based.
Probably right. Where are they now? Catching up with Ron Lim. Interesting to think, like, he's working steady through from whenever he was hot or whatever, a couple of years earlier. Like, he didn't quit comics. He didn't quit even the same company. But for whatever reason, not as high profile gigs. Maybe it's just the audience is shrinking.
You know what it is? I mean, it's consummate job guy stuff. So he didn't run the risk of going to, because he was considered one of the L boys. He's one of the L boys, one of the Todd McFarlane L boys. Liefeld, Larson, Lee, Lim was in the conversation at that time, and he didn't do it.
He would have been coming off of Infinity Gauntlet. That was 91. So like it would have gone from that to an Image, you know, if he'd have jumped ship with Image, like, man, that would have been a big one to go from, you know, like that would have been a high profile book to then be like, yeah, go buy my creator own book now. That would have been a good opportunity missed. They list him here as he's supposed to be the regular penciler for DC's Sovereign 7. That is Chris Claremont's book. I think Dwayne Turner is the actual artist on that. I don't think it was Ron Lim.
Yeah, I don't think it ever. I think it was always Dwayne Turner. And the other missed opportunity with this article is I don't see one mention of Chris Silver, X-Mutants, or was it Executioners? What was the other comic?
Oh man, I don't remember what he did.
Exterminators.
Yeah, I'm not going to fault Wizard for missing out on that. All right, Superman. Mike Carlin, we're not doing this as a gimmick.
Oh, or your nose just grew, Mike Carlin.
Oh, man. We have a video in Cartoonist Kayfabe archives of this issue whenever the new Superman appears with this new costume and the powers that come with it. You can find that in our archives. Check that out if you're interested in how this goes. I don't have too much to say about this. I kind of... It's all right for me. You know, you've got a 60-year-old character here. Try something different with him, but I don't know that this went anywhere. May not have been aimed at me.
Roman Reigns that for a while. It's so silly, but I jumped on board at this time after this article. I was always interested in Ron Frenz. I followed his career. I routinely would grab when those Senate inked Thors as they were coming out. I wasn't so interested in the scratchy inkers on Thunderstrike whenever that came out. But it was a big deal whenever Friends went to DC and was doing mullet head Superman. You know, it was like they really poached a Marvel lifer. You know, somebody who was doing Marvel comics for probably 15 years at that point. And then they were insurmountable comics. Like when you would check them out, so bogged down with baggage that like they just were not even fun to read. And then you would have to read, there would be in the corner box, it would be the number book that it was, and then it would be this little triangle, and it would be what number that comic is for that year's Superman titles. So the comics would bleed into, you know, Action Comics and Man of Steel and Adventures of Superman, I think, were the 4 titles. So there was like a Superman comic every week. That doesn't work because like now I got to read some bullshit or read some other stuff. And at a time when, believe it or not, I'm still a little bit of a newsstand guy. I don't know that all those books were newsstand books. And maybe like Man of Steel got like the least newsstand distribution. Crazy pose. I think they use this exact pose on the Ron Friends cover. But the real fun thing is to see the big willies give their shot at a costume. I think this is the guy who did the Wolverine cover from the last thing, and of course his costume's the suckiest. It's like steel. This guy's no good. Like they're trying to push him, maybe trying to create a new Stephen Platt or something, but he's not the guy to do it. Unanimously, everybody agrees you got to get rid of the red draws. The underwears have to go.
I don't know that any of these that I'd call them an improvement on the costume. Jerry Ordway does short sleeves, so he's wearing like the t-shirt. That's a funny thing to me. I don't know, man. It's hard to mess with a costume that's been around that long as well.
Yeah. And you just accept it. Accept the red draws.
Killer Frost. This is a snowman comic. I don't have much to add to this. It's horror.
They pushed it with this, right? So it puts it on my radar. And at, you know, the next Pittsburgh Comic-Con or whatever, like I scoop it up. I scoop up some of these things. I got Snowman 1944, the prequel story from, you know, World War II or whatever. It ain't about much, Jimmy.
Yeah, that was my impression. This is one that I've seen in dollar boxes and looked at and not really picked up. Comes out of that Hall of Heroes imprint, which when I first got hold of like an Advanced Comics catalog, that always struck me because one, the dudes looked like McFarlane style, but it was like young guys.
Yeah.
You know, like first comics, and that always like captured my imagination. And I pre-ordered those, but I don't think I ever actually got one from the stores. No. I don't know why, but they just didn't show up. Even if I was like, yeah, I want this one, pre-order this one for me, but I never got one.
Yeah, no, they were never in stores, and it's one of those companies nobody ever talks about, but I scoop them up whenever I see them in the dollar bin because they're always it's extreme energy. Young cartoonists, right? Just getting in the game. I think that Trent Kanuga dude shows up there super early, maybe with Creed. Maybe it's a Creed miniseries.
Yeah, it could be
that first debuts there. So that energy is inspiring to me. You know, right. There's spiritual brothers there because if I could draw better, I would be looking like some Hall of Heroes dudes in 1997.
Right.
Carlos Pacheco, we mentioned him before, and he was doing Fantastic Four works, jumping on board with X-Men with Scott Jobdale.
Interesting they're promoting an artist coming on board because I feel like at some point Marvel kind of really pushes away from that. Like we're not building anybody else that can then leave.
Yeah.
All right. This might be the feature article of this slim issue. This is Launching Thunderbolts. And it's funny, and I'm going to spoil stuff for everybody, but these are villains, right? It's sort of like whenever I hear Thunderbolts, what I think of is it's a team of supervillains.
Yeah.
Like that became like a clever, I guess, twist.
And I think it happens like, see, they're Kayfabe in here. They're going full Aptomag.
They do, yeah.
Presenting it as like this great new super team, yada, yada. And I think it's the end. I have 10 issues that I got into a collection, and I've been wanting to read them because I think it's after issue 1, like at the end of issue 1, you find out that like Baron Zemo, I think, was like the leader. And each of these characters is like one of the bullshit villains from like a Captain America comic. You know, like all that Mark Grunwald rogues gallery of like nothing villains.
I like Bagley a lot.
Yeah.
This is not doing it for me, this illustration.
It's Bleeding Edge Bagley. He is a job guy. So the new style is no longer, you know, John Romita style. It's still Jim Lee style. So he has a pain period before Ultimate Spider-Man where he's got to like try to kind of figure out that flavor. and he, it's not natural to him. It's driving on the wrong side of the road, and that's what the aesthetics of these comics are.
Yeah, I've never read any of these. I'd be kind of curious if you want to dig one out, if you think it's worthy of us reading it. I would be down for trying it. It's funny because the other thing with Bagley and me is I love New Warriors. Like that was going in cool to a new team book. So in a weird way, I'd be curious to revisit that. And the article says, does lightning strike twice? So I'd be curious if Bagley can have two hit teams. But I do remember the Thunderbolts as standing out as a book that was pushed around this time.
It was a terrible time in comics. Kurt Busiek was absolutely the best writer of that kind of comics up against any of those, Mark Waid's, Ron Mars, like any of those. Like Kurt Busiek did the most solid of that kind of comics. So the things that he touched were the most interesting of that time, but also it's kind of by virtue of everybody else eating massive dog shit in terms of their writing craft. There were no good writers in mainstream comics for a chunk of time there, with the exception of Grant Morrison continued to fight the good fight. Garth Ennis was in there.
I think that Marvel DC Comics history could be reevaluated in terms of the writers. And I think you could argue there never were good writers. Even the writers who I think are good writers, the compromise of writing to an illustrator, going through the process. Yeah. It just really, I think it's almost impossible to do well-written comics in that system.
It's the biggest shortcoming of stuff like
the requirement to keep the status quo. At the end of the story, the character doesn't actually change.
Right. But I mean, there's room for that to play. But stuff like Kraven's Last Hunt would be a much bigger comic and much more important in the canon of American comics if it just wasn't as overwritten and hyperbolic as it was. DeMatteis is good. I think he was the writer on that. But now you're putting pathos into the head of Vermin. And we got to hear Vermin's thoughts just because it's a Marvel comic, and you got to fill up space and make sure that it takes a half hour for the kid who's paying 50 cents to read this thing. It's a bad contrivance.
Yeah, it's tough. All right, Gen 13. I mentioned it at the beginning. One of the kind of surprise hits, probably one of the few popular books at this time period. So we're getting an overview of that. And I was not reading Gen 13 at the time. I've gone back and scooped up some of those. I read the very initial stuff and then just drifted away. Yeah. So it's interesting to kind of see what they're presenting here, which is good girl art, but also crude jokes and kind of they talk about pushing the limits, and they sort of limit themselves. And there are things that they pull back. This was a panel they took out on their own. They don't have comics code, so that's not who's dictating this, but they try to think of it as I think prime time. One of them says something you'd see on television prime time. It's interesting, the idea of having a book and then trying to reverse engineer why is this popular.
And I swear with
I think J. Scott Campbell is a big reason why it's popular.
There's a lot of reasons, and I think he's a big part of that. I bet you part of the reason why you drifted away was the infrequent schedule of it, because you could never count on it. It's the direct opposite of what I said about Allred, where he promotes something and hit his marks. It would be so infrequent when these issues would come, and you would just cool down. You would just kind of get over it. This is a snapshot of a time period, because when we flip the page and we talk, and there's a little piece about all the crudity and stuff, it's fucking weak and corny. But we do have retrospect to look back on this stuff, and you can find patterns. One of the things that I think about this compared to the other books of the day is it's simply different. It's not unlike, and it's not about the the physical nature of the subject matter or whatever, but Howard the Duck comes out was a massive hit. It was just different. It was just not another fucking Human Fly or one of those third tier superhero comics. And with what Wildstorm was presenting, you could just put the Stormwatch title on a Wildcats comic, go crazy, because they might as well be the same thing. They just don't have as good art. Yeah. So then you present this thing that still kind of has the spirit, but you're actually allowed to have the slightest glimmer of personality in it, the slightest, because this is still, it's not good comics, and it still is a product of its time. It's dated material, but it at least has a little bit of joy put
Yeah,
into it.
and when I say J. Scott Campbell, it's not just drawing style, but it is that cartoon.
Yeah,
which was just not present in the rest of the Wildstorm stuff. Seemed to have no sense of humor.
exactly.
And in this stuff, maybe it's not side-splitting funny, but it did seem to have some of that joy of cartooning present.
Look at the jaw droppers, like this one. It reminds me like all the old, like the first gen, Generation X dudes who were like super hardcore, like misanthropes. They're the dudes that were like, oh, I don't eat pussy, man, blah 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 blah. And like this part right here, Freefall admits she's riding the Crimson Wave, and this is the commentary from the Wizard camp. Way too much information. Thank you very much. Like that's like those like dudes like, man, I ain't buying my chick no tampons, man. I ain't no homo and shit like that, you know.
All right. Mention of the Gen 13 bootleg spin-off series. This is like your Legends of the Dark Knight Batman, except with Gen 13. And there's probably a few of these that we should look at. You know, Simonson, the Simonsons team up on an issue. There's some different artists that fill in here. I always think of that Adam Hughes Ordinary Heroes issues as kind of unofficially the bootleg start.
Yeah, probably the start of it. Yeah, for sure. We did an episode on that. We did an episode on the Adam Warren trilogy.
I love that one
of issues, and I do think that it would look good on the channel because you have the title bootleg in there. I've had the Walt Simonson and the Wheezy one pulled for years for us to do.
There's one that Kevin Nolan does the finishes on, so it looks like a Kevin Nolan art job. But it speaks to the popularity of Gen 13, and it's funny too how formulaic it is. Of like, yeah, that book's selling 3 times more than the other Wildstorm books. We need a spin-off.
Yeah.
Dark Horse's history with Star Wars. This goes through all of the Dark Horse licensed books, and I guess the order in which to read them,
or just like where they are in the timeline compared to the movies. So yeah, bunch of miniseries that like they were pumping these things out, and I actually had a friend who like that's what they collected. You know, they weren't the X guys. They would just get the different Star Wars books.
I wish they would put out like the artists on you know, like every panel that we see. I feel like this is a really cool painting.
Absolutely. I mean, probably
don't know who did it because it's not labeled.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And it's such that's got to be Simonson, right? Do you feel Simonson vibes? Or
I do feel some Simonson vibes. I don't know if he even did any of the Dark Horse Star Wars, but if so, then yeah, that would make sense to me. I think this bottom one's Cam Kennedy.
Yeah, of course, that's Dark Empire, or no, Heir to the Empire.
Yeah, he did like the first run of those, and I think they made a big splash whenever that first started. Like there hadn't been Star Wars comics for a while.
It's true,
and I think they hit the ground running.
And they were at Walden Books also before there was like a lot of collections, because the pump was primed with the extended universe Star Wars novels and stuff. Like they had a chunk at Walden Books, so that's where they would put these Dark Empires and all of these collections. You know, Shadows of the Empire was probably the biggest one of this era. It would be Dark Empire because that's the one where Luke goes to the dark side and is able to push back and become light again. And then
was that the first one after the position? Like, is the first one after? I read one of those books
exactly,
because I think they might have been based on a couple of books.
Yeah, I don't know.
The first couple of miniseries.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. The first book was Splinter of the Mind's Eye, I think, and but I don't know that was the first comic.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dark Empire happens. Like what they would do with these miniseries that take place with the characters that we know from the flicks, they would take like one thing that happens. So like whenever the Emperor dies, there's a flash, and that flash is the impetus for Dark Empire, because that is like his spirit leaving his body, and then there's the clone Emperor. Gotcha. So like his spirit goes into the clone Emperor, Luke goes to the dark side, kills the clone Emperor or whatever, and then comes back to the light, and that's never been done as a Jedi with the Force. And it explained like how that is so amazing that he was able to do that. I remember reading because like I actually inherited a bunch of these Star Wars comics off of my friend. There's a little mark on Boba Fett's helmet, like a little fucking bullet
right.
ricochet. So there's a whole comic about how that happens.
that's that feels like a satire of like the nerd obsession of continuity.
It's George Lucas, and the cool thing, I think that's what made that's one of the things that made Star Wars endure in a different way than Star Trek, was that idea of like signing off on the material and like kind of keeping the extended universe
Right.
kind of close to the source material, just not letting people kind of go off the rails with it.
I wish they would have included creative teams on each of these summaries, because it'd be interesting to see like who
You'd fuck with some of that.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
Dave Cooper, there's Jim Woodring.
That's the thing. If I looked and was like, oh, Walt Simonson, it'd be like, okay, keep your eyes out for that.
It illustrates that this is an entertainment magazine for the fucking casual.
Yeah.
It's not for people who really like comics.
I can't believe this feature sticks. This has been in so many issues, and
it'll never stop.
awful.
And the fucking audience loves it. They want us to cover it, and it's just like we don't have the bandwidth to be talking about that shit.
I think that's a really good spread.
It's the cover.
Yeah.
It's the cover for issue 1.
I think it's pretty strong. Most of this interview with Peter David, the interesting parts for me, most of it feature the Hulk. He's been writing Hulk for 10 years, so most of this interview is about that. They do cover that he's written all these other things, like tons of books, TV shows, movies, like super prolific as a writer, and not just of comics, but of just everything. I think that's kind of interesting and something I didn't realize about him, that he had done that much.
It's all work for hire. And I think like in recent years, I don't want to be getting into people's business too much, but he's public about it. Like, I think that there might've been like Kickstarters, something for like health, like Indiegogo shit. And it's like, you see all this work, and that illustrates that you have to own your shit, man. You can't just do this shit paycheck to paycheck and have no real equity, because then at the end of your run, now you can't pay for your fucking your bills. That's fucked up. This is Adam Kubert, and I think this is so much closer to a natural Adam Kubert style. When he was on those X books, he did a good job. He did probably the best job of anybody cribbing the Jim Lee style. But it still didn't feel natural. We knew what his natural style was, which was close to Joe. This ain't exactly close to Joe, but I do think that it's closer to the way he wants to draw.
The bad lettering is this L mashing up into the U the way it does, because it makes the U look like an H. Needed that L to just be just below the bottom part of the U would solve that.
Yep.
That's that kind of tangent conversation we often have.
Mm-hmm.
Wanted to pull out this one part because he's very critical of the Heroes Reborn, and they ask him about that. And he talks about how, there is nothing more aside from the business aspect. It was done for business considerations, money considerations. It wasn't done out of any editorial drive. And I must admit to a mild degree of glee upon seeing that Marvel's stock posted such impressive third quarter losses. Stock prices on Marvel stock dropped by around 30%. So, ha ha, hey Marvel, there's your event, laughter. Oh, and 115 people go get in the unemployment line. So that's a rough thing to put in print. You know what I mean? Like, even if you're mad that, it took him three issues of Hulk to get the Hulk back to where he wanted him to go before this crossover, and he's mad about that. There's 115 people's livelihoods you're kind of mocking here, Peter.
There's all kinds of stuff to it, man. Because he's what he's saying there too, man, is he's talking about the the Heroes Reborn, like just everything that they're doing, and it is a joke. It is a fucking joke. Plus, also he's cutting promos because now he's on both sides of the fence with his Supergirl comic, which is what they're promoting here at the end. I did scoop that. I did scoop those books up for a little while because I liked what the fuck is that dude's name? Peter David and Gary Franks. I like Gary Franks' art. It wasn't certainly not my favorite Hulk, but I like the way that he drew, and I thought that he was very well suited for
it makes sense to me.
Supergirl.
He has a very clean style.
Clean, yeah.
Creator combat. This is kind of a extension of Marvel versus DC. This is creators weighing in to say there's no way Wolverine beats Lobo in a fight.
Jimmy, please carry on. This was just, as a boy, this was so fucking disappointing to me.
Look how many pages they gave it too.
Exactly.
I wonder if it tests well, if it's something that like fans, majority of readers like, because there's a bunch in there, and in my head, this is the direction Wizard goes.
Yeah, no,
with kind
they,
of like
they absolutely
silly,
do.
silly stuff.
I'm on board for another 10 issues. This is probably the year that I'm done. Scooping these things up. There'll be Adam Warren will do the basic training.
I look forward to that because I think this is the worst basic training.
It's pretty bad. Like,
who cares about doing this? Is just ludicrous to me.
Yeah, and this ain't. I don't know. I don't know because like I like Jim Calafiore.
I do too.
What's interesting is like that's hair back there. He looks like this today, except without the hair back there.
I can't figure out what the hair back there is because that's long, but it's not like waved out. Do you think that's ponytailed?
I think so, man. I was looking at that and just like, wow, I never noticed that before. But yeah, the aesthetic of this is not attractive to me.
I spent 5 minutes looking at these two arms being like, did they run the same piece of art? They didn't. There's like a little bit of a drop shadow underneath the shoulder pad on the figure 11, but it's almost identical. Like, what a waste of space.
Yeah, this isn't a very good one. And I bet you if we talked to him, he'd be like, yeah, they asked me to do it.
Yeah, I'm sure it was something like that.
Probably got paid a little bit.
Big Guy, Big Book. This is the Jeff Darrow release of the art of the Big Guy and Rusty the Boy Robot. We have a video where we look at that, but it's the oversized reproduction of the Jeff Darrow line work.
Yeah, we haven't
Big
put
Guy and Rusty.
We haven't put that vid out yet.
Oh, okay.
But
that'll look forward to.
That'll go out when I'm on the manga quest, I'm thinking.
Any video game stuff you need to weigh in on here, Ed?
There it is, man. Shadows of the Empire. That was a killer app for a minute on the N64 before GoldenEye came out. Still making Super Nintendo stuff, which is interesting.
Mars Attacks 1/2. Mine is missing. You could still send yours in, I guess.
And I think somebody sent us 3 Mars Attacks 1/2s fairly recently. You know what, dude? I was scooping these up, like the Power of the Force 90s Star Wars toys. So I guess I lied a little bit and said I was done with action figures, but I definitely was scooping those up. Me and my brother would put them on the wall. And then at one point when I moved out, he went to go sell them, and we had 70 of them or something. I think he got $60.
Jeez. You know what? I can see how this is I guess a guy who designs or redesigns figures. I can see how this works as a magazine, like a whole toy magazine that would be showcasing the new toys. They look cool in photos, but then also kind of the professional behind the scenes part of that too. Like, how do you do this if that's what you want to do?
It was the next speculator market, probably spearheaded, to be honest, by McFarlane. He would put out stuff and say that no gimmicks, no this, no that, but the overkill came with a little what do you call that, man? The little parking meter, and there are 3 different parking meters, and then people are chasing after the one. So the speculator boom, it goes from trading cards to comics to toys and card games for a big chunk of years there. And I guess it's never gotten out of the card game speculator market. Like it persists. It's beyond speculation. Like it's, you got Post Malone and you got Logan Paul and stuff really pumping this shit up and buying $1 million Pokemon cards or $1 million
it's so bizarre to me.
Magic cards. Well, they were like the little kids that were being sold to. Like you and I were grifted in 1990, 91, 92 with our Spider-Man 1s. They were grifted
with 5X forces
with Pokemon cards and Magic cards when they were little kids.
Palmer's Picks. This issue is Joe Chiappetta's Silly Daddy. I think I have like 2 issues of this, but it was not a series that I would see too much. And when I started getting into the mini comic alternative self-published kind of stuff, it would have been a couple years after this. And I think he had gone hardcore Christian in his comics, was what people said. I don't think I have any of those, but I remember that was kind of the description for Silly Daddy.
Which is funny because the one that I have and the one that I remember seeing on the rack, see, he was mentioned in previous Palmer's Picks as maybe like a recommended choice or something. And it was an issue that has this girl character, and she's got like ampersand on her nipple and like a pound sign on the other nipple and like a dollar sign on the puss or something like that. That was the cover. So I guess that was the pre-Christian Silly Daddy comics.
Well, by the way, I may be wrong on my memory too, because I don't have any of those Christian issues. That just for some reason in my head, that's what I remembered. Like he had taken that turn.
The other one that I have though is it's a flip book, and on the flip side is a John Porcellino joint.
Yeah, that's mentioned in here. This is a crazy column because he basically goes through a divorce, and I guess that's part of what he's writing about. is that divorce, and he does these autobio comics, and then like his next storyline is they're autobio but sort of in the future, like speculative of what might happen. So
recommended readings,
kind of cool.
James Sturm, the revival, Magic Whistle, Sam Henderson, who he had his day in the sun for sure.
Yeah, he was kind of a popular, again, in that like mini comic, self-published indie comic scene of the late 90s, early 2000s. King Cat, you mentioned, is in there. Strange Growths.
I don't know Strange Growths. Jenny Zervekis.
Yeah, that's before my time, although John Porcellino published a collection of those. Gosh, I don't know when, 10 years ago maybe or so.
Skeleton Key. So we got Andy Watson showing up.
I love that cover. I think it looks really cool. I don't have that issue, but I like that drawing.
Me too.
And it's very different from the Andy Watson that I think of.
And it's unfortunate because like I'll scoop up Skeleton Keys, and honestly, on the strength of this image, because it's got a piece of Jaime, it's got a piece of Mike Allred. He doesn't draw that way, and it becomes so cleaned up. Well, I don't know about this issue.
Oh, right.
But it becomes so cleaned up, and like we know what Andy Watson is, man, that very precise ink line, but it's just not as attractive as the people who are doing that ink line back in those days, like the Chris Wares and that kind of stuff. Plus, a victim of that shitty font for lettering that was like super unattractive.
It says look for issue 19. I had no idea that series ran that long.
Even more, like I've got ones into the 20s for sure. Keyhole, which is an anthology between my American Splendor artistic brethren Josh Neufeld and Dean Clean Haspel, is being promoted here.
I like that cover of that one too.
Yeah, for sure. And that's probably new. Well, it's so small, man. But is it a Dino? Who knows?
Yeah, I can't tell.
Who knows?
And this last book, Smith Brown Jones, I've never heard of this book.
Yeah, and it was on that MTV Unfiltered show. That show is just incredible. Like I need to find a torrent with all of it, because the way it worked was they send this camera out. Like you write in and tell MTV producers about your weird subculture that you're a part of.
Right.
And then they either send a film crew or like give you a camcorder and stuff. And then you film a bunch of stuff, and then they produce a video about it. I never seen the comic one, and I fucking watched this show. It's the first time that the culture at large heard of furries. There's a furry segment, which is really fun because the mother is as green to it as you or I would be with her kid going to this stuff. They show the earliest furry cons, and they really are subterranean and stuff.
Yeah.
And then it ends with the guy, in hand with like a unicorn, and it's another dude, and going up to their hotel room, and it's clearly like these dudes are going to be fucking in their fursuits, and that was like the twist ending. That was the M. Night Shyamalan ending to the shit, and you're just like, whoa, these dudes, like, because just when you thought that it couldn't get like wackier, it's like, oh, you guys fuck also, like that was a crazy thing. But of course, the greatest unfiltered episode is the Cards as Weapons one, where the little hillbilly boys from the middle of Pennsylvania got Ricky Jay's Cards as Weapons, and thought that it was a real martial art, and got way too good at it to the point where they could like crack skin and get it stuck into your body. And during these times, this is such a formative period of time in my mind. So Amazon exists now at this time, probably in its earliest form, because like on Unfiltered, when I saw that Cards as Weapons things, like I thought it was real too. Like I'm like, oh, like these dudes got hold of this book that was a $900 book back then, and I was still too chicken to like. I didn't have a ATM card yet. Like I'm still a little too young, but I was still too chicken to buy something online, to like give somebody my credit card information, like that to the wider culture just felt like a grift. Like felt like you were being such a mark if you were giving out your credit card info. But it was all that was around this time. Look at these McFarlane toys, dude, where he's just making cool shit, like making weird looking stuff and calling it, a line. None of that shit shows up in the comics.
It's kind of too bad. Like to see more McFarlane characters floating around like that in the comics.
I'm telling you, dude, grab any issues and if they're still mining the first 24 issues worth. You're still seeing fucking Billy Kincaid, and you're still seeing Overkill with a busted lens on his eye. Get that lens fixed.
So this skinny column, I have nothing much to add to this. They review some different books, give Generation X a 5 out of 6. I believe 6 is your best, and sure, why not? I feel like that book's pretty cool whenever I flip through one.
They give the X-Files a 2, and their argument is that they're trying to be too much like the show, and I think that's just a good note. I think it's a fantastic note when you're doing some adaptation stuff or playing with some existing material. Use the medium for what it's worth. Don't just try to do the comic version of the show, because you're not going to compete with a writer's room.
Right.
Vince Gilligan was a fucking writer on X-Files, man. You're going to compete with a posse of dudes that include that guy.
And that's a 2.
Look at him pushing out that chest, dude, and like pulling that ass out, dude. He is ready. Like he got groomed by Bruce Wayne for years, and that's the pose that he shows on the issue 1 of his comic. Hilarious. Or no, I guess it's issue 2.
And that's Scott McDaniel from not too far from here.
Another big deal when he went over, because he gained prominence. He was one of Marvel's big guys for that very, very small period of time there when he was doing his Daredevil, and then got that opportunity at DC. Did Nightwing went on to become the Batman guy after that.
Yeah, it's a good paycheck. So Poison Elves, Drew Hayes, Sirius Entertainment now publishing this. I've seen some pics of this. We have some fans who really like Poison Elves, and I guess there was a Kickstarter, so Vlad was posting pictures of the hardcover. The layouts, the pages looked amazing. I have a few of these that I've picked up over the years, but I think this series ends up running like there might be 100 issues of this scattered across a couple of volumes.
Yeah.
Big series. Drew Hayes no longer with us, but pretty cool to see it kind of spotlighted here. And for a series that I haven't read, kind of interesting sounding reading the description of it.
Yeah, totally. And it's always a win when in a time when Marvel DC is just churning out product, that some indie stuff gets some love. Though I do think that is an affectation of this article where it's like, let's do a Marvel, let's do a DC, let's do Image, and then let's do something kind of like out of left field.
Yeah. Looks cool though. Again, one of these books, I feel like we've said it in the past, but I'm ready to give a couple issues of that a read. And the usual picks. Again, nothing really popped out to me in this list. Yeah. Batman Long Halloween continues on.
Right. Black Lamb, that's Tim Truman doing his thing. Pretty cool.
Couple of regulars, like Kane is a crime comic I like. It's nice seeing that thing still here.
Misspelling.
Yeah, Heartland.
We have a video about that. That's the Garth Ennis, Steve Dillon masterpiece that nobody talks about. Dude, as an illustration of what I was talking about earlier with the Spawn stuff. So Spawn 58 is bringing back some of the characters from Spawn 30 that we last saw.
All right, Trailer Park. I got to linger here for a minute because of the Spawn movie coverage as well as the Spawn animated coverage. And I realize we've been talking about this a little bit over the last couple of issues. I'm basically out whenever this comes out. Like I'm not reading Spawn anymore. I probably fell out of Spawn in the 30s, early 30 issues.
Yeah.
And in my head, like all of this stuff is kind of the same time period, but not at all. This is probably 2 years after I stopped reading Spawn that these things come out. So possibly some of the reason they don't have as much of a burn in my memory. Like I saw the movie in the theater, can't tell you anything about it except I remember the fiery hell part being like super CG.
It looked like Dreamcast graphics.
Yeah, it did.
Real shitty.
But a big deal is this the first Image movie to get made?
I mean, is it the only one?
Yeah, that might be true too.
And I don't count that Witchblade made for TV bullshit.
Well, it's not a movie. Yeah, I can't believe if that's really the only major motion picture, but $40 million budget.
Yeah, and by the way, like the pilot, like the Witchblade, it was a movie, and then it was a series.
Was it made for TV? Like,
yeah,
was it always?
It was a TNT 2-hour movie with commercials, and then a series. But yeah, I guess there wasn't a thing, man. Well, when you don't have the cape, Like, you got to have the cape. John Leguizamo's probably the standout.
They pushed him a lot. Like I remember him a lot in promo materials.
Poor guy, man. He was in so many duds. Like he played Luigi in the Super Mario movie back in the day, man.
Who could have predicted that wouldn't go?
So bad.
Supposed to be a live Gen 13, but I don't believe that ever happens.
No.
And then the Spawn animated movie, we get some profile on that. That, again, pretty big deal in my memory, although I don't remember a lot of specifics about it, except I do remember that they used black a lot more than like most of the animation I remember.
I absolutely stand by it. I think it's the best Spawn story that you can consume. Three chapters or 3 seasons. Probably 2 hours of animation per season, I would say, across maybe like say 6 episodes a piece.
Right.
Chapel's in there. Tony Twist is in there. They do everything they can to like get you some titty in every episode to let you know that it's mature.
Interesting. I have no memory of that.
It was a primetime animated series, so there you get to see Chapel in a room with a bunch of strippers and Tony Twist and stuff like this. Man, we talked about it last episode with the Mark Hamill thing at the very end. This Black Pearl stuff. Trying to push it as a movie for so long, and I don't think that ever went. But it was one of the we are now in the era where post speculation boom, where if you got a movie that ain't going, you got a script that's like stuck out there in Hollywood and there's no movement, make a comic, and maybe you'll get your thing made.
Yeah.
There's mention of Blade is happening.
I was going to say, in hindsight, I feel like Blade is really significant. Incredibly
significant, because when that thing comes out, before that, love the one you're with. Love the one you're with, not the. How's the saying go, man? If you can't be with the one you love the one you're with. And that was all of our relationships with superhero movies.
Right.
Yes, man. I rented the fucking Rubber Ears Captain America movie. I bugged my video store to get that and wondered when that shit was coming out. And I just like forced myself to say that I liked it. The Tim Burton Batmans and stuff, they're not that great. But I forced myself to say that I liked it. I do like the Dolph Lundgren Punisher a lot, but I bet you it doesn't hold up. So when Blade came out, you take, it's almost like comics where you take a character that doesn't have so much licensing equity, and you might have some more latitude to do some shit with it to make it a good thing. And maybe that's what Blade benefited from, because that's what makes it significant. When it came out, it was like, oh, this didn't suck a dick completely. And then when Guillermo del Toro comes out, it's like, oh, this is fucking cool. That's my spiel.
Manga scene. I didn't pull too much from this. They're comparing like 2 different series and 2 different studios, Viz and I forget the other, Animego. Anyway, talking about different ways that they're selling these long series.
And I think, to me, it is noteworthy because of how ubiquitous anime and manga is. Like, Viz really has been working hard for 30 plus years to get manga its foothold here in the States. And so like the lady at Viz who was tasked with bringing Ramna over, she's like, oh fuck, man, I got a series with 155 episodes worth of stuff that I got to sell. The first thing that you think of is diminishing returns. So she's like, okay, we're not doing volume 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to try to like identify an arc. We're going to try to get as much of that material onto a single tape as possible, and then just call them out by name so that they could be standalone, so that you can just fuck with them randomly and still get a good experience. But at this point in time, this juxtaposition is perfect, because with all the stuff that I was talking about, like with Akira Toriyama and like pushing away from that when I was like this young and stuff, I'm going for this kind of anime.
Right.
And I am steering clear super far from this kind of stuff, because like this would be pussy to me, but this is like hardcore and dope.
One thing that I'm curious about is considering Viz's success, like
Yeah.
where they are now,
Mhm.
how much were they cross promoting between manga and anime? Because I assume that there's a lot of crossover in fandom,
Yeah.
and it just makes me wonder. And I say that as contrast to, like, you see people criticize the Marvel movies
Yeah.
as not selling the Marvel comic books. And I wonder if they don't mention that at all, but that was one of the questions I had reading this, is like, it's interesting that they had this two-headed monster that they're bringing into America, and by all accounts seemed very successful.
Yeah.
Were they they must have been using them, leveraging, I assume.
It's a great point. I mean, the Ramna books are out there. And even with Ramna, like, they had to figure out how to get these big series into a manageable context for people. So there would be many volumes, and it actually was kludgy. Like, when you go back and you look at them, okay, this is volume 4, number 16. Like, you don't know what you have.
It's really hard because I buy a lot of that stuff, and it's really weird. I can't imagine trying to keep up with that when it was being published.
Well,
in those single issues.
That would be the easy way, because you would just get it on your pull list. Like I guess so. Yeah. I have friends that that fuck with Dragon Ball or Pokemon, like all that kind of stuff. And yeah, you just get to put on your pull list, and it'll just come. But it's piecing together the stuff that you got to be very specific in your notes app on your phone, so that you don't double dip too much. This Votoms is huge. Or like Rufus Dayglow, when we were in Japan, he was telling me about the importance of Votoms to him, which is something that I'd never really heard of.
Yeah, I never heard of it before this issue. This is an amazing contest. They're giving away like all these comics, and if you read a couple of them, like, they're pretty good stuff. And I assume this is just stuff they've gotten for reviews, and we're like, hey, clean up the office.
Yeah, I see Roachmill in there.
Yeah, it's pretty good sounding stuff.
Is Gregory 3? Is that a more Kemple?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. Character profile dumb, except for, who's this artist? It's like Nolan finishes, right? But I don't think it's Nolan pencils.
Yeah, they just don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
Cards.
For reasons that I can't defend, I ended up looking through a bunch of price guides, because something made me think, like, it's really weird we have price guides at this stage. I don't have anything else to add to like top 10 comics. I don't know that we've seen much movement from last issue to this issue.
DV8 is new.
It is. And I did point out last time there was a Liberatory cover on
and it was
issue
Liberatory,
1
yep.
variant. So that's pretty cool. But
I guess Supergirl 1 being on here also is a new development.
Wizard top 100, it's still dominated by X-Men. Spawn sneaks in there in the top 5, and in the top 10 with number 8 and 9, Spawn Impaler 2 and Curse of Spawn 3. So good on McFarlane. But it does make me wonder. I always think X-Men has their reputation because Claremont made it a top-selling book for 15 years, and that may be partially true. But to your constant pointing out, it's that X-Men cartoon, and I wonder, like, okay, X-Men book's very popular, X-Men cartoon. Now we have like Spawn, very popular, Spawn movie, Spawn TV show, and I know those are just starting up, but it's still that multimedia push. Toys,
yeah.
Like, there's still this multimedia push, and I mean, that's the entire top 10 except Fantastic Four reboot, which is Jim Lee and of X-Men fame.
Right.
So I do wonder, like, how much that other media may be responsible for where these comics are selling.
Yeah, very much so, I think. Friend of the show, Sean Chen, gets a little Wizard Up and Comer deal.
Yeah, I thought about pulling out. He self-published a book that I got from him at Baltimore a couple years ago that was really cool, and I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah, I just saw it recently. It uses that like imagery from, what's that Criterion Collection movie, man? A black and white joint, Andrei Rublev or man, I forget.
But, Seventh Seal?
Maybe.
Yeah, I can't remember if that's the
you know what I'm talking about.
I do know. Yeah, I do. Now it's a book and a movie I can't think of, Ed. You're really taxing my old brain. But it's a really cool book because he wrote, it's self created, but then he has notes in the book part. I think it was an Instagram comic to start with. And then when he published the book, he has like running commentary, like a director's commentary that I thought was really interesting.
Mike Rowe gets creative spotlight at the beginning of the price guide there.
Yeah, and I didn't have anything to pull out of these. I think that you're looking at Miracle Man is what sent me down the rabbit hole of, like, I ended up looking up like the Crow. I think the first Crow is like $90 in this issue.
Yeah, does Miracle Man does the price increase there?
No change here.
Yeah.
But it's just funny to me because I think of comics as really struggling at this time, and yet we're still trading. And also I I wonder how many people ran this price guide as like important. You know, like it's a lot of pages to print in a magazine in full color.
Yeah.
Every issue, and it's like, were stores using this? We're like, at this point, were fans trying to figure out how to turn their collections into that dollar amount?
Yeah, that's more what it was. Like the stores fucking hated this thing, man, because the people who had come in to try to liquidate were going by wizard prices, and they're overstreet.
Yeah. And also, it's probably reader quality copies.
Oh, totally.
The people are bringing in there and not understanding the Wizard went away with the. They used to have their condition guide for grading comics.
I saw something in here about calling cards, which cracked me up as being a real snapshot of a time. And I remembered like whenever I would go on trips with friends as a kid, my parents would give me like their AT&T calling card, and
right, I remember that. Yeah.
And because long distance was, even like we live in a 412 area code, to call the 724 area code was expensive, and that's like our adjacent area code. So to call anywhere else, it could be it could be much more.
I grew up with a 724.
Okay, yeah. So you would have to type in a sequence of maybe 30 numbers. It would be, you call the 800 number for the card, then you have your code, and then you have the phone number that you're going to call. So my mom would give me that card whenever, like in 6th grade, I would go like camping with people just in case if there was an emergency. And then when I went to art school, I wonder, did your parents hook you up with this at college? Like, mom gave me that same card, and then I would talk to them on Sundays for like 5 minutes or something. Like it's not like we timed it or whatever, but we were conscious that like the meter is running.
Yeah.
And there was a very small amount of time, like it would be on Sundays, where there's the payphone at the Kubert School Mansion, pop in your million numbers and chat with them. Cause like I was right on the cusp of like the cheap cell phones. Like I couldn't afford that. But did the calling card thing. And then of course you remember the Chris Rock commercials, man, for 99 cents, like that whole deal.
Yeah, I remember. It wasn't just him. That was a gimmick for a lot of them. Yeah. What can you do with $1? This guest column. So these issues are after I was a reader.
Yes.
Kind of like these guest columns. Although that said, I don't get much out of this one.
There's some. Let's play the speculator game, dude. Because he's talking about loyalty.
Right, and it's loyalty to publishers. So is it like fan loyalty to publishers? And you start reading, and it's like, no, it's creator loyalty to publishers.
Right.
Pretty esoteric.
Sure. Yeah. And this is the space for that. And also, like, I sort of I don't agree with almost anything that Chadwick is saying here, because to me, it's, unless he has just like such a sweet deal, which I know that the Frank Miller deal is the sweetest deal that Dark Horse has, man. And a lot of things are based off the Frank Miller deal. So, it's not the Paul Chadwick deal. So, you're not really a partner. You're getting a royalty. So unless it's 50-50, that we're like loyalty, I just don't understand that part. But the speculation game that we can play is somewhere up here. He's talking about another nameless.
Yeah, I'll read it.
Okay, yeah.
I recall one early Dark Horse creator who made quite a pile of cash with much assistance writing and drawing by other hands provided by Dark Horse. Despite his good fortune, he read Dave Sims' latest Publishers Are Scum tract in Sims' Cerebus and had come to work loaded for bear, seething over his exploitation. He turned to self-publishing and his sales and profile sunk into obscurity.
So who do you think, man?
I have no idea.
Nobody comes to mind?
No.
I'm just going to say Chris Warner. Black Cross.
He just retired from Dark Horse. Like, he was there the whole time. I don't think he went anywhere. He was in an editorial position, like art director or something, for a long time. So I'm guessing it was not Chris Warner.
Okay. You don't have anybody in mind?
I don't. And
Randall Trekker?
I mean, for all I know, I don't know what his career was, but it says that this was after nixing an animation deal that Dark Horse had snared. So does that give you a clue? I don't know who had any kind of, I don't know who that would be. I didn't have loyalty to Dark Horse to the point that I can tell you anybody outside of those legend dudes that would have been like a regular there.
Oh, you know what? I scratch Chris Warner. I think I know who it is, man. Boris the Bear. Because it's Dark Horse, and then it's self-published at Ricochet Press or something like that.
Yeah.
And so animation, like that seems very right for animation, especially in the post like Ninja Turtles.
Plus,
space.
that would kind of sync up well with Paul Chadwick, because like Boris the Bear, I think, is Dark Horse's first comic, and I think Dark Horse Presents is their second comic.
That's why.
And so it'd be like those, you know, that's whenever it's a small team in the beginning, like you would know that guy and stuff.
Yeah, that's why I said Chris Warner, but yeah, you convinced me there. I think it's Boris the Bear.
Yeah, that's my guess too. I'm with you,
because that did sink into obscurity. Like, there's a lot of issues of Boris the Bear, and they're nowhere.
So, sidestep a little bit here. I believe Chris Warner was part of that APA 5 that Frank Miller was part of. I think Richardson might have been. Like, that's the direction we need to go if we really want to try to get our hands on like some of those or get a scan or something. Guys. Yeah, it seems like a lot of the Dark Horse stuff came out of that APA.
We got Richardson's email, man. Richardson's email.
Yeah, we should see if we can find more of that stuff. It's shocking to me that stuff is not more visible somewhere.
My dream, because like we're at that level now where we got it all. We can get access to all of it. The comic, my holy grail is to read the complete Frank Miller, whatever that noir story is from Apple 5. You know, we only have chapter 9, 10 pages of chapter 9. So that, you know, if we're going by 10-page chapters, there might be a 100-page book out there, 100-page story of Frank Miller's that we haven't read, that we don't have access to. And that to me is like something to shoot for.
Yeah.
So with this profile, you see what it is. We had Mark Hamill last time, Lou Ferrigno this time. Who gives a motherfuck?
Well said, Ed.
You guys, man, it's all your fault. We put one of these out and get 12,000 viewers overnight. We got to cover it. But in terms of a snapshot in history, you can sort of do no better than Wizard. It gives you the temperature of the day. And the day was kind of a pile of feces.
I wonder if we have a comics journal like the 96 wrap-up of the comics journal, like the year in review. Because I would be very curious, one, to rinse this out of my mouth. But also to see that other perspective of, you know, what were the good comics of the year.
Yeah.
Because we're not seeing them covered here.
No, we really aren't. And there aren't too many more Wizards to go through, because when you really start getting, you know, Sarah Michelle Gellar's photo on the cover and Hugh Jackman as Wolverine's photo on the cover, like you are completely away from anything that we have interest in. We will not even get close to those issues. But what we do have, we have Amazing Heroes every issue. We have all the most important issues of Comics Journal digitally, if not in person, physical copies. We have every issue of Comics Scene, whether digital or physical. So those will be the fun ones to start to dust off. But you cannot discredit the popularity of this, and clearly that audience who read this stuff, they are Kayfabe viewers. Good to go?
Yeah.
Let me do that Punisher one, man. Since I got five vids I gotta put together, man. Like that's
why do you have 5?
Because of the Mazzucchelli. Oh, like I got 4 that I gotta do regularly, and then I'm gonna do the Mazzucchelli one.
Do we have that many?
Yeah. The Mazzucchelli's extra. Because that was my thing. It's like it's not so much more editing, but it's good to have an extra one with our travels and stuff. So yeah. So we already shot a video in there. This one, and then yeah. Oh, you got Tom Strong 1 in physical. That's good. I just have the trades.
I bet I got that out of $1.
Yeah. You see them. You see them. I got the trade like when they.
I think they sold those in big numbers.
When
relative.
You know, that comes out when I'm a broke kid, and then the trades are when I come back and I'm making money. What's up, Jimmy?
Just need something inside here.
You want to push in more, or are you good with that?
Yeah, I'm pretty good with that. Do you want a white page? Does that make a difference?
Oh, that was good.
Move that one too. I always like to get type in. I never know which one is focus and which one is.
So this is the white one then?
Yeah, but don't do all white.
It's so funny, man. I've only been at it for 5 years.
I can't even tell you if that made sense, but I just
It's
it's like a combination of like voodoo witchcraft.
It looks
kinda.
fine.
Trying to figure this out. Hang on, let me get a drink.
Guys, we're doing chapter 2 of Gimme Liberty. Good?
Yeah. Hello and welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Before we dive into chapter 2 of Give Me Liberty, I want to remind everybody to hit that subscribe button. We are on the road to 100,000 subscribers and we need your help. If you haven't subscribed already, please hit that icon below the video. Also want to let everyone know that we are a daily comic book YouTube channel with over 1,700 videos you can search on our Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube homepage, including Chapter 1 of Give Me Liberty. So check that one out if you haven't already. Look up your favorite characters, creators, comics, and you will find plenty of videos there to keep you entertained. And finally, we have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. Link below this video. 3 different levels get you access to our videos early, and at the King Kayfaber level, get you access to all of our videos first because you actually sit in on the recording session. That is the King Kayfaber level. We appreciate all of you King Kayfabers, and we'll pay you back with the Kayfabe effect. When we show off a book that is rare or hard to find, you'll be the first one tracking it down before it disappears or goes up in price. So hit that link below the video and see which level suits you well. All right, Ed, we took a look at Give Me Liberty Chapter 1. This is a 4-book series from the early 90s, Frank Miller's return to comics. And I haven't read that book in 30 years.
Isn't it crazy to think?
So I enjoyed reading it, and so did you. And we figured, let's continue through this series. So today we are looking at Book 2, Travel and Entertainment. I have the trade paperback here, but it was published as these oversized square-bound books, 48 pages, 64 pages, something like that. So you get a pretty meaty chapter. And we can just dive right in. Martha Washington is a full-on war hero at this point, an action hero, pretty much by the end of book 1, and that's where we're going to pick up with book 2.
Doesn't look too far from a female Simon Phoenix from Cliffhanger or from a Demolition Man.
That's true. It's very true.
With that hair. So with the first chunk of pages, the first little sequence that we get, a little bit of world building, and it's really fun. Like this is to me, it's instructional for your comics making for building your world, because the dialogue is snappy, it sings, and the imagery that goes along with it is always it's pretty fun stuff.
Yeah, and I suppose political satire, but you see our reporter on the scene with, I don't know, maybe a Geiger counter in his protective suit as he's pointing out this frankenfruit and the virtue of this kind of new food that is on the market. And we cut from there to a PAX commercial where we get the virtue of, hey, you're running from the law, maybe join up. Don't worry about that stuff you learned on the wrong side of the law. You'll get to use it.
And you can't, that is not satire. Like,
no, I was going to say some dark content right there.
Watch the documentary Cocaine Cowboys. And there is a guy, like one of the Cocaine Cowboys, I think it's the pilot who recently just got put in prison for like 12 years recently. He was doing a bid, and during Vietnam there was a deal to get your record expunged if you agreed to go over to Vietnam. Like that's true. It's on the books.
Were you able to avoid Vietnam if you went to college? I think
that's what they said, right?
Yeah, I met a guy who a very successful engineer, and he was telling me that story. Like his draft number was called, and he decided, like, well, I guess that means I go to school.
Yeah.
And went on to be very successful as an engineer. And I was saying to him, like, do you think you go to school if not for that? Because I mean, that's really affected the trajectory of his life.
Yeah.
And he kind of thought about it for a second and moved on in the conversation. But it's so weird to think of these moments of like, man, I mean, that's what this guy's known for now. And it's like, it may not have ever happened. He was playing minor league baseball or something.
The system that we live in, it really isn't free. And there are a lot of in our lifetime. Like I lived like the boy in the bubble before I could get health insurance.
Right.
Pre-existing conditions as a boy and stuff. They made sure that I couldn't get insurance. It would have been double any rent I paid, and it was still high deductible. So it was like so not worth it. I lived like a boy in a bubble. It was possible. You know how they talk about divorce rates? Like it's possible that a lot of these big divorce rates are because people got into a union young for the health insurance in a way, like that was an attractive thing for them because one partner had a good job or
Right.
whatever. And like, so now we're seeing the ramifications of that to a certain extent, maybe, man. But like, that was a potential, like I might have gotten married to the wrong person when I was 23, with that in mind and stuff. Like we're living in a system, and we don't make all of our decisions just willy-nilly. That's for sure.
That whole monologue ad, to me, we could have been talking about Give Me Liberty. I feel like that's kind of the subtext of this comic.
Yeah.
And we get a recap here. We're going to focus a lot on this president who replaced the despot who was in the White House when it was firebombed, along with maybe like the next 40 people in line.
Love that Surgeon General as the character.
Yes, a very fun one. But this guy ends up, and I think he was even filling in as like the director of Secretary of Agriculture.
Yes.
And was expected to get fired, but the president got fired instead. And so this is what's left of the president in a coma. And it says, if he does wake up, America will scarcely resemble the nation he ruled like a king. So you get your background there. We're going to see more of that new president as this issue unfolds.
Yeah, we see a full arc of the new president. And the president as a character in this issue makes me think of YouTubers, where we start off doe-eyed and like, oh, we're going to present some cool material and we're going to do this. It's optimistic. There's no jade to it. And then you gotta develop a thick skin because there's a lot of haters out there. You know, a percentage of our audience is only listening to hear us say something wrong that they could snap off a clip and put it on Twitter, and they jerk off to fucking with people. Like, they're out there. Yes, you're right there. There's the same two people hit dislike on our stuff at all times, man, because we're at a point now where we know people at YouTube that can slide us information, and there's two people in two locations that hit dislike on everything.
That's so funny. So we need to increase that number, is what you're saying, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, man.
All right. Martha Washington is basically off to war, and the guy who tried to kill her and she basically tried to kill back, they both come out as war heroes.
Yes.
One of them was a sergeant, and one of them's enlisted. And so the enlisted one is still fighting the fight, while our war hero is becoming the greatest heel in comics.
Oh, absolutely. And this is...
I hate this guy by the end of this issue. And so my hat is off to Miller and Dave Gibbons, because more comics should have that ability.
Yeah, yeah. And really, like, you know, putting them in this symbiotic relationship as well, where he's the overlord, like, she has to do, you know, follow orders, all this yes captain shit. This is the Give Me Liberty version of that sequence at the beginning of Apocalypse Now, whenever Martin Sheen gets his orders, and they're sitting there in like the air conditioned room, and they have that great spread of food and all that stuff, and he you know, he gets the orders, like he's in avarice, he's having a good time, he's sunning himself.
And then we turn the page. And what is going on here, Ed? This
is like, if you ever like read like Robert Heinlein books and stuff, I think it's the one, the book called Friday, where no longer are countries the aggressors in war. Like, it's multinational corporations who have bases set up all across the world. So I think this plays a part in this. You know, in recent times, I've learned that Miller's a Trekkie. You know, Miller's a sci-fi head.
I did not know that.
He's a big nerd. Yeah.
Like the eye, like the robotic eye being blown out of the face. Pretty fun.
It's such good drawing. The symmetry of all this stuff, man. It looks like a great tin toy from, you know, the 50s or something.
I often say, like, making a character like shrink in size is always fun. It's so great. The detail of the boot, you know, like, that's such a, I don't know, something about that scale really is fun to me. You even see like the little soldiers up on this this fat boy once it's down on the ground.
You know what they should have done, man, is you know, it's all hindsight stuff, but just icing on the cake. You take the silhouettes of the Iwo Jima guys and have like the PAX flag right there.
That would have been strong, no doubt. More of your Surgeon General.
Great character.
Believes that crime is a
cancer.
Yes, and is attacking that with laser surgery is exactly what America needs. It's amazing. There's this image of this cat a couple of times, this panther.
Yes.
And I don't know exactly what that is, but I feel like that is some sort of a symbol
Right.
than it is an actual panther attacking Martha.
Yes, and I think it's spelled out at the end, because I remember sort of like, okay, that's what the purpose of that
Yeah, I
was.
suspected that we'll see that more.
Yeah, we see it like 2-3 times in here, and I think it's a cat and mouse thing with her and the captain.
Right.
But
They do. We talked about in the first episode. There's some really economic storytelling, and I feel like that's what we see here in the shower, and that one of these other soldiers attacked Martha Washington and lost, and then we see her confront the captain about like not getting along well with these guys. They're like all murderers. They all came out of prison.
Yeah, can you give me anybody that will, as a soldier, will take some orders? And then she flat out is like, listen, dude, it's just you and me. I'm not going to talk any shit. And he wants her to pretend like she forgot the old shit that happened, man. So he clobbers her real good one time.
Yeah, straight from death row or all those soldiers.
Right.
The cows. So what they're fighting over in the jungle is they're defending like the last of the rainforest, what's left, because those big fast food corporations are trying to cut them down and use that to grow their product. And pretty much PAX has won that war. But before they evacuate, the cows are rigged up with explosives to I guess, take out as many soldiers as possible.
Apocalypse Now, it's got to be in the front of Miller's thoughts. Like, we did that one Christmas special, and there was like a Jack Kirby analog character that was Kurtz, like the Captain America looking guy is Kurtz. And, that feels like like straight out of, this would be the perverted Give Me Liberty version of, the ladies that have the grenades, or like the little kids that have the grenades or whatever.
All right, so the war's over. They're coming home. She's excited to see her mom.
And even this piece right here, like, everybody remembers I love the smell of napalm in the morning. But there's the part where Duvall like leans over Martin Sheen, and he just goes, someday this war's going to end. And then it's a pregnant pause, and you could just tell he's has the realization of that and knows that it's not going to be like as fun or something. He's like, someday this war's not going to end. Or this war's going to end. And it's like 30 seconds of him just sitting there, like, and then he shakes his head and then just leaves. Like, that's a better line to me, with the pause and everything. You think he lightboxed that Statue of Liberty and then just Gibbons did up?
Possibly. You see, it's flooded. That's what we're learning here is the rise in oceans.
Yeah.
Some honor from this president who is aging a lot.
Yes.
You can go back and check earlier images of him, but he's been in that office for not very long, and already the hair is changing colors, and the wrinkles in his face are getting deeper.
Yeah. Cabrini Green, in the first episode, I mentioned Detroit, but of course, yeah, it's Chicago. You know what jammed me up was Hoop Dreams, Isaiah Thomas, the real Isaiah Thomas, like, factored in with one of those kids, maybe went to the same high school or something. So I had Detroit in my thoughts, but he's a bleeding heart,
yes,
as Miller would probably call him. So Martha Washington is like whispering about the tragic conditions of Cabrini Green, and the guy immediately is like, yeah, that's awful. Like, I promise I'll take care of it, and he does.
Right, and you see her caption is, "I love the president," the new one she means, which is just the kiss of death for this president.
Oh yeah.
Martha Washington's life is not going to be good if you can't tell yet, and maybe you don't want to be too close to her. So maybe not the president's best move.
Right.
All right, we are back on adventure. 2011 now. We may have stopped a lot of these wars, but there are still a lot of terrorists that are against America and PAX, and one of them has taken over a space cannon.
Yeah, they're Nazi gay dudes.
Right, of course they are. Somehow even marking up the laser with their symbols,
right,
in space.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's right wing,
not spray paint, I assume.
Right wing Nazi gay dudes, and then you think about, like, in pop culture, like the sort of right wing gay guy influencers and stuff who get deplatformed and things. Like, there's a version of that out there, this very day for sure. The Nazi part is usually a label that the liberal people put on people that that disagree with them a little bit, but there's definitely like very conservative gay influencers, I guess you would call them.
Hey, how much heavy lifting does poor Dave Gibbons have to do in this comic? I feel like all of this drawing is hard.
He's a fucking drawer, dude. He could draw everything. Like
Yeah,
that's
I
why
guess
I'm
so.
like, and it's a clear line style. He's not hiding anything in black. Anything that you see black is for a reason. You know, it's just a shine on leather. But you know, the consoles of these space stations and.
So she comes up there, and we get almost a little bit of hard-boiled action. Is some of the detail work in this particular scene. But they take the guns away, and she's like, what difference does it make? You can't really shoot guns up here. You'll end up puncturing the side and creating, you know, exposing us to the vacuum of space. And so she pulls out her sword and starts just cutting down these Nazis, cutting hands off, stabbing dudes.
Just great body language. Like I learned some things about drawing the pelvis from looking at this image there, the way that guy's like sort of cocked back and everything.
And by the way, despite the warning of don't shoot those guns in here, they are shooting guns. She gets into this some kind of locked other section, and you see the effects of them strafing the space station with guns and blow themselves up.
A little explosive decompression. And then we go straight to Otomoville.
Exactly. She picks up one of these psychics, which we had seen a little bit in the first chapter, apparently operating this laser, right, with his mind.
Yeah, which the big laser that's pointed down, that is the sole laser that Tetsuo takes over too, man. So I mean, this is Akira.
Absolutely. And you know, going back to saying there's some economic storytelling, she blasts out of that exploding laser, and we have had a gigantic scene in outer space, like a set piece, if you will, in a movie. And I don't know, 16 pages, something like that. Probably not even like the standard 22-page comic book amount.
No, definitely not.
Comes crashing back to Earth, but unfortunately it's in Native American territory. The Apache people, who are at odds with America, lands in their territory, which means military can't really come and get her out.
The captain is just doing everything he can to get her killed. He needs her gone because
Yes.
she is the last like breathing person that knows like what he's about. And she is just like a pebble in his shoe.
It's kind of cool to see like this device, because that was in chapter 1. It was this military device that I think she used when her parachute failed or something.
Right.
But you see it used again. And it's kind of cool to see little bits of tech that Gibbons and Miller make up and then continuing using that.
And it is called Buckminster. And Buckminster Fuller was the guy who created the geodesic dome. And the reason we know that is because of the geodesic domes and Watchmen. It's not like something we learned in school. So I feel like there's a slight Watchmen nod right there.
All right. How about this for a pretty dark piece? Is the amount of pollution that is on the land here has turned the Native American skin gray and diseased. And so they actually paint themselves each morning.
Right. Yeah. And it says like, no matter who you are, like if you breathe this air, like you're going to start coughing.
Right.
And that's just like a great detail. Like that says it all.
Yeah. And we'll see Martha Washington later on doing that whenever they step outside.
Yeah.
Our president is not handling his new job position well.
See, this is the YouTuber stuff. He's got his popularity and he's just getting roasted.
Yeah, and watching the Secret Service guys watching him. So when a bottle's empty, get that new bottle in there.
Right.
And whenever he's out, get him to bed.
Yeah, so they're really trying to keep him
dark.
anesthetized.
Not sure what to make of this. Poverty and despair in the Apache Nation. I feel like this is pretty accurate to certain Native American reservations and stuff. Something that, you know, I think is probably, I don't know, right out of the headlines. Like, I don't know that would have been too made up as like projecting into the future.
Right.
But we'll see. I don't remember most of this story, so it may be a bigger role as we get into chapters 3 and 4. And I'm not reading ahead.
Yeah, me neither.
So,
yeah, keeping it fresh for the videos. We kind of have to do that because, you know, we're sitting here, we're talking, we're reviewing this stuff. You don't want to read it a month ago and then do a video. So you got to kind of, these were put out in a serialized form.
Yeah, and you see Martha Washington is kind of a prisoner here, but also not being abused, even though like she's tied up. So it's not like she's free. I think they're trying to do some kind of negotiation with her, but getting along with her captors and works on their computer tech, which she says is like from her childhood.
Oh yeah, totally. Look at that stuff, man, with the floppy slots.
And the president spilling stuff on himself, losing control, losing his temper with these guys that are all kind of like trying to manipulate him.
And the one guy who's like legit is saying, "Man, the captain's trying to fuck with you, dude." That's the guy who ends up getting killed. Like our strawman president, and they do a good job. Like he's a fucking pussy, and Miller created a pussy character, and so they just pile on with that. He's pudgy, he's soft, and then he's anesthetized with the alcohol and the drugs or whatever. So after he gets his head spun around, we see the culmination of what that was all about when he smashes the bottle and tears the guy up.
So important, though, your note on, is it Morelli? Whoever this captain is, so important to watch his ascension. Because, I mean, he's almost in the he's in the White House, but he's almost, he keeps adding to his power.
It's all that stuff, that in hindsight that we learned, like, Dick Cheney was president, not George W. Bush, like all of that.
And it's
shit.
So Miller-esque. Housekeeping. He's killed somebody, clean it up, and get him another bottle. That feels so cynically like what I think of as Miller's voice.
Totally. And there's a version of that in V for Vendetta, The Hand, I believe.
Here's your coughing scene, Ed.
Yeah.
Never coughed before, not in my whole life. Got to get out of here. This gets kind of dark because she kills some people in her plot to get out of there. I've been drawing steel mills. This reminds me so much of like the old factory stuff.
Yeah, dude.
And another kind of relapse into our Black Panther from earlier this issue.
Yeah, that's what it is. So like maybe the Black Panther is her. She's the Panther, like fighting the symbol of America, right? The bald eagle. So that image right there, I think, sells you on the Panther.
Yeah, spirit,
the symbology.
Spirit animal. And this Apache, like, I think he sees it too. He says a cat brings her back. And find out there's more than one space laser. So that is the end of book 2.
Yes.
A lot of action that issue.
Yep, and it is all about the ascension of that captain. I guess he would be, the Ollie North or something of America.
Yeah, and this ending here is essentially that he's got this laser and is going to blast that Apache settlement. I guess is the way to interpret this ending. So one way or the other, man, he is trying hard to kill Martha Washington.
Right. And how about that Alfred E. Newman-ish, Norman Rockwell-ish Pax painting by Dave Gibbons? Like the way that character is built, that's Dave Gibbons' face, man. So he's got some skills beyond penciling and inking.
Yeah, it's interesting to see him playing around.
Yeah, because you just don't see it that much, and he's fucking great at it. If this is all him. Right? Like this is fantastic.
It looks good to me. I like seeing like all the brush strokes and everything. Makes me wonder if it's gouache that he's painting with.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Chalky, yeah.
Let's get into some of these details. And you know what? It's not the only place he does that.
Yeah.
Like the magazine articles, issue 1 had some. We see a couple here. So yeah, playing with some different stuff. Even the covers, which I think have some colored pencils in them based on the texture that you see there. But there's your end of issue 2. Continues to be a really interesting graphic novel to me.
Mm-hmm.
It continues to have questions that I want answered.
Yeah. And
I need to see this guy get his due.
Right.
Like he is such an unlikable character. Again, I'm kind of in awe of it. We read a lot of books here every week, 6, 8, 10 books. And it's like very rarely do I feel repulsed by the villain.
Yes.
And this guy I hate. So hats off, man. That is the best respect I can give a creator, is that they made a villain that I think is a villain.
There is a major reason for that. And it is because we actually see him being villainous.
Yes.
And in every Image comic and in almost every Marvel comic that we've ever read, we know that the villain is the villain because you tell us he's the villain.
Yeah, maybe you color him with a secondary color.
And yeah, they got a plot to take over the world or something like that, but we never really see them be truly villainous. So Miller isn't telling us what to think with this guy. We show a series of events that illustrate a very repugnant human, and he has to work in tandem with Martha Washington. So the built-in conflict is enticing. It carries you through. You can't wait to see what happens. It is Martha Washington territory, so maybe this guy does become the president of the United States, but that's for another day. We find that out later. Good,
Yeah.
Good to go?
I am.
You know what, Jimmy? If you still got that, like, you need to bring the power, this thing, because it's killing your battery. And I'm going to pop yours in right now. But
Wait, say that again?
You're plugged into this.
Yeah. I brought that.
Yeah, you did bring it. But you got to bring this because you have no power on your iPad. Is what I'm saying.
Based on this.
Yeah, and when it closed out,
Oh.
that's what it is. Like your battery is damn near dead. Your iPad is in the position that my old iPad is in, where it's gonna die real quick. So I'm plugged into the little shit, and my shit's gonna die real fast. So bring your supercharger because it'll keep it.
Well, should we switch then and charge up? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, like I just plugged you into the supercharger, so you should be fine. You should be able to live through this video, no problem. But
see if that is. I'm gonna have to
pull up a touch. American Comic Book Chronicles, Tomorrow's Book, the 1980s.
Here's the problem: is I don't know if my phone battery how it's holding up.
Well, that's on here. Well, I guess
it's under 20%.
I see.
Do you want to record a clip of yours?
Yeah.
And then
we'll
sure. Cut back in.
Sure. Cool. Let me keep plugged into this then. And then I think I still have the block over there for you to plug in if you need. But yeah, I can do mine. Gotta whiz again real quick. Do you got a wire?
Yeah.
Okay. Guys, you know about the Todd McFarlane published Crow comics? I think there were like 10 or 11 issues, or 10 or 12 issues of that. In light of the recent movie trailer and stuff, we're gonna look through one of those. This is the magazine, and it collects 2 issues of that Crow comic. I should go grab my original trade just to show the gold standard. Give me a second. To show a good Crow comic. usually keep this one pretty close. I'm gonna kick some heat up. We always get teased with some super beautiful weather, and then it gets cold again for a little bit.
Yeah.
And then it gets nice for 9 months or whatever. But usually there'll be a snow component, and the trees start to get chlorophyll, or they start to grow and they start to do their thing, and then that last little bit of winter comes through, and there'll be like little ejaculates of green jizz all over the snow from the tree that just like lost everything that they just zapped from the sun.
It was the shits yesterday here at my place.
Yeah.
Well, at least part of the day. My garbage can blew out in the street.
Oh,
I had
dude.
to run outside, and it's like rain, snow, wind.
Let me tell you something, man.
Heck.
So I had so many boxes, right? And it's a wind tunnel where I'm at, because like there's the big lot and then there's the alley. So my boxes blew like across the street to the guy over there because it was just boxes. There was nothing else in there. And so he brings them back and he like knocks on the door, and I just ignore everybody who knocks on the door. I'm not looking for people, so I know it's not good. But then I'm like, oh, I bet those fucking boxes. And I see him back there hooking them up. So I run out and I get him. And he's like, oh yeah, your box. Are you Ed? Blah blah blah. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm so sorry. Blah blah blah. And I'm like, yeah, I'm so sorry, man. Like the wind. And I decided to put him in a garbage can instead. And he's like, yeah, I'd appreciate it. And then I'm like, I can't wait to hear what he says, because like, what, they appreciate that I tell Mother Nature not to fucking blow shit over there. It's like,
right.
And he stopped himself because he knew he couldn't appreciate anything. Right? Like he had to stop it at appreciating me for apologizing, because like, what can you appreciate? But he said it so stern, like he wanted to like dress me down, and I'm like, dude, the wind, like, right. It's not like this happens every week, but it was very windy, extremely windy. I don't know if you have this in your neighborhood, Jimmy, but like real, like authentic, like Pittsburghers who are lifers and stuff.
Right.
Just very, very proprietary over like the parking spot and like stuff like that. Like that's their whole, that's their power trip and stuff, man. And like I started getting those vibes off of that guy, and I was just like, I'm like, oh man, am I going to turn into the asshole of the neighborhood now, because I'm not going to let some douchebag get away with that.
Hey, can you pass me that water?
Yeah.
Oh wait, this is mine.
Yeah, I drank all mine. I should probably go grab one real quick. Let me see. The microphone's on. I'm just glad I wasn't the only one that had the garbage blower. I'm glad you had a little of that too. Because I was embarrassed that my shit that happened.
Yeah, I didn't appreciate it either.
I don't want to, at the end of the day, have my problems be somebody else's. But then also shit flies into my space all the time, and it's garbage. It's everybody's garbage day. So just put it in your own trash. Like what's the fucking big deal? You know what, my shadow's getting in there, Jimmy. Get that sip real quick and I'll be good. Good to go. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We are on the road to 100 to 1,000 subscribers here at Cartoonist Kayfabe. If you dig the videos, why don't you subscribe and help us push these videos out to a wider audience? It's sort of the requirement for us to be able to continue doing this on a regular basis. We have more than 1,700 videos at your disposal, we might have talked about some of your favorite comics. Hit the magnifying glass on the front page of the Kayfabe channel, search for your favorite titles, check out those episodes. In fact, we have an episode on the original Crow by James O'Barr, which is the gold standard Crow comic. Don't miss that video if you're checking this one out. I think I'll put a link in the description below directly to it so that you could check out a good Crow comic after we do this video.
Tipping your hat.
The Patreon is where you're able to mitigate the kayfabe effect. And what we mean by that is very often the stuff that we talk about, it gets dry on the aftermarket for the comics that we show off on the channel. It's the King Kayfabers who are hanging out with us in a live stream recording session as we make these videos, and we deliver the videos to them before anybody else gets access. And I will say that this Todd McFarlane Presents The Crow, this is something I did not know about, and it was just at the IDES sale last year where I'm digging around in their magazines, and I came across this, and as an artifact, I couldn't resist.
Yeah, I vaguely remember the Crow comic. I think it's about 10 issues or so.
Yeah.
But I never knew the magazine. I like the magazine format, presentation, all of that stuff. But I have like the in-betweens, which are the kitchen sink ones. And it'd be like Alex Maleev was the artist on a couple. There'd be like miniseries and stuff. So the Crow, at least through the 90s, it was like, keep trying to make this happen in comics. But without James O'Barr, like...
Yeah, that's it. Like, it's not some eye makeup and some pathos that we're into. It's the incredible craft and story. And it's never more apparent than with this issue that we're going to look through, because it's just a retelling pretty much. So we're getting, where's the Gideon stuff? We're getting some of the Gideon shit that takes place with the pawn shop gimmick. But we're seeing it through the lens of these 1990s characters. And I think you could say they're quite fall short. Now, there's a standard comic format version of the series. This is where you get your 10 issues. Very interestingly, it's John J. Muth, an artist who's writing it, and which is very curious because we know his art. He writes like an artist. Reed Sienkiewicz's Stray Toasters or Ted McKeever's Plastic Forks or something like that. Like there's a lot.
Hey, now on Ted McKeever.
There's a lot of headspace, a lot of magical thinking put into these captions and things.
Here's what sucks about this magazine. Kent Williams cover on issue 1, I believe, and a Todd McFarlane variant cover on issue 1, and neither of those is printed in here.
Yeah, I don't even know what this is. But we are now, entering... the later issues of the Crow comic have co-writer John Kuramoto, who is the same John Kuramoto who's like the tech guru for Dan Clowes and Chris Ware. We mentioned Kuramoto before having some dalliances with mainstream comics with Sandman. There was the Dust to Dust cover collection showing off all the Dave McKean stuff, and in one of the late period covers there's a little death plushie, and John Kuramoto made that. So with Crow and with Sandman, we know that John Kuramoto is goth. right And this is late period 90s. Like, this magazine comes out in 2000. I think that the McFarlane Crow series comes out 99.
Yes.
So we are getting into the world of the Ben Temple-Smith, what's the comic, 30 Days of Night or 28 Days Later? Which is which? Like, which one is him?
30 Days of Night. 28 Days Later is a zombie movie.
Okay. They both came out at the same time, I think. James O'Barr interview, get you excited, right? It ain't about much. It's about the movie shit. And it's about, like, hey, what did you think of Crow Salvation? It's not about craft. It's not about anything that we would care to know about from James O'Barr. But this is issue 1. So once again, that Ben Temple-Smith thing where, not super reference backgrounds, like slight backgrounds, messy.
What's really interesting to me style-wise, because Ashley would have done Hellspawn 98, 99, around that time as well. And there's a lot of this like gray, almost smoky kind of backgrounds.
Yeah.
The McFarlane variant cover seems like he's channeling some of that. Like it seemed like this was something artistically that was in the water. kind of trendy, probably a side effect of the digital, where that was at.
Right.
And digital painting, I guess, maybe they would call it. But it seemed like McFarlane was drinking a little bit of that Kool-Aid too, or at least curious, or thought it fit with the Crow.
These guys from this era too, whenever it becomes, what do you call it? It becomes, scanner time. You get a lot of this where the original artboard probably has this panel drawn, this one. And these are just blow-ups of this image, and this is a blow-up of that. That kind of hack work was all over comics in 99, 2000, 2001, for sure. There's a real problem with the dialogue balloons and stuff, the caption boxes, because you see the font for your detective. The same fucking font pretty much is used. This is the girl's voice.
Okay. I had trouble keeping up with whose voice is what.
Exactly.
I think we see a couple, 3 or 4 voices.
Yeah.
Scattered.
And it's the same font and the same kind of treatment. So it confuses you. And we have the little girl who's visiting the grave of Eric Draven and his old lady.
I'd be curious to see this stuff is black and white, like to see what the original art looks like.
Yeah.
Wonder how it works. Because it's so grayed, like this is all the same pretty much value. There's a little bit of difference in the back between that and the background, but for the most part, like, I don't know, it's kind of like an ink wash just dumped on top of it.
Right. Digitally, certainly, because you could see the banding and stuff with the digital tools. But there was a lot of this. It was a real movement in comics for a small span of time. I think of it as a Caliber Comics movement, but not the Detroit Motor City fucking barbed wire Halo Studios guys. The late period Caliber that was like less.
What are you?
Jagged, these black pools, these kind of, geometric kind of drawings. The thin line, messy. The Ben Templesmith vibe. There's a lot of this.
That's it's a recoil from the early 90s, right? Like you go from like a very controlled kind of lines to like more of a scratchy something.
Yeah.
I assume that's what it is. And there's probably some pop culture thing that maybe everybody got inspired by, the same illustrator, something like that, or some particular thing.
I try to think about the comics version. Templesmith is the dude that comes like first in my thoughts.
Yeah, I always think of him as coming after Wood.
Yeah, so that's probably the.
How much is this Al Columbia's Pim and Francie? Just that one panel. It struck me so much as looking like it.
If there was more of this,
I think this looks cool.
Yeah, like I would be so on board with like, because this is cool imagery and this is like a cool comics thing.
You know what's weird is some of this stuff, and they're very different, but Dave McKean Cage's kind of stuff has some of this quality.
Yeah.
And I don't know where people pull from, but it does seem like there must have been a zeitgeisty thing where everybody was like, oh yeah, we're all looking at this guy now.
Right.
But yeah, I like that drawing wise. I think that looks neat.
Yeah. Because there's a lot that there's a dude gets slapped in the head and that is a static and boring. I mean, that's a golden age panel right there, like in terms of the composition. We saw Batman punch a guy like that.
Yeah,
there's no reaction. And by the way, he's talking about
I see that panel and I think like, is he threatening, like, hey?
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's pretty fucking weak, man. But these are all your players from the original Crow, so it's just like a retelling. If you're going to do something like that, don't you got to like strive to be better?
I don't know what to say, man. This was a weird comic for me to read. I didn't read this back in the day, so it was like, all right, check it out. And there are things I like. Like I think that's kind of neat looking, and I like this depiction of the city, the way it's drawn, and even with the clouds on top of it. There's stuff I like, but I don't know, man. Read The Crow. Like The Crow's this all-time great comic book,
right? Yeah, McFarlane got the license, and The Crow will show up in the Movie Maniacs Series 2 figures. So I wonder if that was an impetus to get the license.
You know what I see in a lot of this is like, I often love when a painter will do black and white work in a comic.
Yeah.
And there's a different approach. And I mentioned Dave McKean a minute ago, but even like certain Kent Williams isms, like it feels like, to me, that's what I see in this is almost like the painter. And I don't know that this guy was a painter, but almost like a knockoff of the painters who would do like a different approach to black and white, I think, than the normal penciler
Right.
inker types.
Yeah, and that's the instruction. Jamie Talogson.
Yeah, I don't know that name from anything else.
And does he do? He's not the colorist.
Which is the other part that I think gets complicated, because it feels like if you are doing kind of an open line art style, it would help if you're the colorist.
All right.
It's weird even that we have color on pages like this, right? It doesn't add much.
It's true. In fact, it in terms of a focal point and stuff, it muddies that up.
Yeah, it lowers the contrast.
Yeah, it muddies that up a lot. Here's our Gideon sequence. Dude coming in with the rings and all that. Also, by the way, James O'Barr is so economic with all these scenes. They spread it out a lot in these comics. Whenever they do Gideon, the guy that they got to play him in the movie, it was perfect, and it's in stone now. So like it's pretty close. You know, they play around with T-Boy and like all these other guys a bit, but Gideon is Gideon. And I think James O'Barr even does like in Caliber Comics 2, Caliber Presents 2. I think he does a Gideon story that it's not a part of Crow. So he's the pawn shop guy. He got hold of some Draven Shelley merchandise like a year ago, and this is the part where the Crow's coming back to retrieve the goods. Yanks the ear off. Once again, another one of those paste ups.
Right.
Real hack work.
I think I like the line work on the paste up more than I do on the, like, I guess the original panel.
It's more designy.
A little bit more texture.
This is the Todd McFarlane, Barry Windsor Smith thing where you got that big thin panel. And if we were to expand on that and show you what that looked like, you'll see exactly where that falls apart, squeezing those features into very, very slight, skinny panels.
I kind of like the magazine format with the comic book page size.
Good border.
Yeah, I think it works pretty good. I think it looks decent there.
It's a pleasing border. It's like a good matted framed piece of artwork that you have hanging on your wall.
You know who else I see is a little bit of like Teddy Christensen?
Sure.
Some of his mark making. I don't know. It's just very unusual. Like I said, somebody must have had a hit that everybody was like, yeah, let's go that direction.
It was in that zeitgeist too. And it's funny to think of McFarlane because he's such a square jock, but he was so closely associated with some, pretty far out grindcore, weird 90s, like stuff like Korn is so different than what he is.
He had Bendis doing a lot of stuff too in the late 90s. The Sam and Twitch book, I think that was Alex Maleev and Bendis.
Okay.
So like the pre-Daredevil team there. So I don't know, like it's almost like something's in the water style-wise.
Right.
And who knows, McFarlane may have been, maybe cells were dipping in his Spawn book and he was looking at like, what's the popular thing?
I think this is in the movie when we see our guy show up. But I mean, this is all the very first story. It's pretty much this. 8 pages.
Do you know anything about the apples? Like, why does the Crow have a whole bunch of apples?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is that something?
I don't know. Crows eat apples. Who the fuck knows?
Crows eat apples.
What do I know? Okay, that's an apple. I'm like, man, that looks like such a fucking orifice. Like, what is that?
It's a weird whole sequence.
Yeah, and this is our end piece. Ernie Hudson probably played this dude in the movie. And it looks like low res. And it looks like John J. Muth palette, like trying to mess with that kind of palette. It looks 60 DPI with like a weird filter on it.
There was one that was really low res a couple pages ago when they were throwing the knife in the alley. And it was just like this, I don't know, blown up blur background kind of thing. So
to speak once again to the Ben Templesmith vibe, like you got Steve Niles writing a bunch about the impact of the Crow as a phenomenon, and this is probably the standout piece in the book for me. Him breaking down the actual comic and the virtues and values of that, and really getting into the James O'Barr stuff because that's everything. That's everything. Everything else, all the baubles that they've added on to it over the years with the flicks and stuff, that's whatever. But it's really James O'Barr. He found something at a very specific point in time when he did The Crow. It's interesting, like the Joy Division, the goth shit was not hitting at that moment, but it hit after, and those fucking dorks had something to buy, and it was James O'Barr's The Crow, which I got this one at the Walden Books at the mall. The thing is, you see that I bought it like this because it was so well read at the mall, but nobody snapped it up, and in fact, I visited it a lot of times. I think it was a little more expensive, so most trades were $12.95. That extra $3 was meaningful back then. That's 3 whole comics, but it was so well read just from the kids at the mall, little mall rats who were reading the thing, man. And eventually, like, I got some money and I snapped up the copy that we've all been reading for, years at that point, probably.
My first Crow was the Tundra had done 3 of them.
Yeah.
And the third one was New Material.
Right.
And that was my first one, was the third book in the Tundra series, which was like the chapter 5, I guess, or something like that, the way that book unfolds. That's one of those books that I lent to somebody and didn't get back.
Oh,
and
man.
I don't have too many of those. So, it kind of speaks to, I think, the Crow's appeal outside of, spinner rack kind of readers.
That's the other thing that Niles is highlighting here, is just like all the sort of the publishers that this thing went through. Like, this is you don't get a comic like this too often. Like, James O'Barr was really putting everything he had into it, and he really didn't do a comic since. He does little commissions. Like, he travels the world on a strength of these 180 pages or whatever it is right here. But yeah, starts at Excalibur, does its thing there, goes to Tundra. The 3rd issue comes out from Tundra. I think the 4th issue comes out from Kitchen Sink. I think it wraps up with Kitchen Sink. And then the trade ultimately would be a Kitchen Sink product. And then the baggage of Brandon Lee, like getting shot on a fucking set. I still remember, as a kid, you're devoid of the news in a lot of ways. And the times that I would see the news, it would be at the morning before school. So I just have the vivid memory of getting up and like watching the Today Show or something where they announced that. And I remember thinking, like, just like, how is that fucking possible to have a little prop gun with a fucking bullet and you kill a guy? It feels like that should never fucking happen.
I talked to my mom yesterday. Her eye doctor years ago was like out west in one of these like little towns, the Tombstone kind of stuff where they do like reenactments, and got shot with a live round.
That's unbelievable.
How is that possible? You think of those as like the cheesiest, like little, afternoon show or whatever, and they're firing live rounds.
Well, I'm sure that one was an accident.
Well, hey, it happened. Why would there be any live rounds anywhere near that?
Right. Yeah. It just doesn't make sense. And then, of course, the Alec Baldwin shit happens.
Right.
The fucking, that Skarsgård guy, like the guy who played Pennywise is the Crow, doesn't look far from that, really. Like, I just saw a glimpse of that trailer.
That's weird to think of.
But he doesn't look that far. This is issue 2. We won't go through that.
Yeah, and as we've said before, it still is confusing to me why Crow Sting happened and then existed for like 25 years.
Right, that it didn't get like sued off the
or
face of the
didn't
planet.
Move on to some other. He could have been Pennywise Sting. You could just turn your gimmick into whatever the next clown face character is.
I also didn't look this up. I am curious if there are like 5 magazines to encompass the entire series, or is there just this one? $5 price tag, pretty expensive.
Yeah, it is curious. I wonder if this is timed to coincide with that, whatever that Crow movie is that they're talking about in the
Salvation.
first interview.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, I think it is.
Combined with figures, who knows? It's like the McFarlane marketing machine. Hard to tell, but I do think he did that Kiss series, and I think he did a Kiss magazine of those too. So maybe the magazine was something, a different way to sell your stuff. One more avenue. I don't know that. I'm just speculating. But
yeah, I'm thinking about that time, and that's when the Kirby collector was like this size, and I was picking those up, and maybe there were a couple more magazines out than usual. But you know what? Wouldn't it be funny if the magazine box was invented in like 98 or something and made it more possible?
That'd be funny to think of.
Because I remember that, you know, storage for magazines was an issue for people.
I went through, the magazine phase of like, oh, now I'm digging for magazine comic back issues, and went to, I think it was Phoenix Comic-Con, pretty big show.
Yeah.
And literally there was not a magazine box of back issues there until Sunday. And somebody brought some in on Sunday, but it was like none of the dealers had any magazine back issues.
There was a time, man, at the whenever Bill Boychel divested his shit to Phantom of the Attic, weirdo issues for cover price, scooped up a good grip of them.
Good old days, man.
Good to go.
Yep. That's a weird artifact.
Yeah,
it was like out of my memory until you brought it up this week.
I had no idea.
Yeah, the magazine I didn't know at all, but I did have a vague memory of the comic, but it just. No imprint. I wonder if I looked at it back in the day and was like, nah, not for me.
That whole shit, like your peers at the 2000 Pittsburgh Comic-Con, there were a ton of these guys. There was a lot of this kind of aesthetic.
Yeah, and I do point it at Ashley Wood, but
I'm sure it is. Like I didn't know Ashley Wood
was a. We might have to look at Hellspawn because it's kind of that vein, and he goes through phases. In the early phases, they don't last long, so it's like early Photoshop style painting, and I want it to be better than it is because like the covers are cool. It's like Spawn with guns and looks pretty good, but then the comics aren't much. I read one thinking maybe we should do it and was like, it's just nothing here.
I'm gonna use your issue for the video, dude, of Tom Strong.
I have the good Alex Ross cover. I think there were other cover versions.
Tom Strong 1, Under the Microscope. Have you locked me in, Jimmy? I was thinking of doing a week of like for my choices, have it be Tom Strong 1, Top 10 1, and Promethea 1.
Yeah, I bought. Was there another book? I don't buy Promethea when it came out. Promethea. But I bought like the first 6 issues of that recent, not over the last several years. I bought Top 10. Was it? When did the? Remember the anthology? When did that one come out?
Yeah, I guess that's one of them too, because that's Jack B. Quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rick Veitch is in some.
Yeah, is that just called America's Best Comics?
I can't remember.
The Jack B. Quick story was somebody stole it in animation. Man, I gotta ask Tom. But like, no, it was a comic that me and Tom went over when you were gone that had the same beat. Like they basically, or it wasn't an old comic and Alan Moore, and I think that might have been it. I forget, but there's like some comic that is so connected because like that first Jack B. Quick, that's the one where he's like, I'm going to create a universe. That's in maybe a Jim Shooter event. Oh, I don't remember.
Tomorrow's Stories, the other ABC book. That was the anthology.
No, is Tomorrow's Stories the Tom Strong anthology though?
Jack B. Quick's in it. I don't know. Gray Shirt is in it.
Okay, because there's another one. Maybe it's called Terrific Tales. That's the one where it has like the most primo, probably the last Art Adams pages. It has a chick like Janie Future or something like that is her name. She's got like a crustacean helmet, and it's the most elaborate Art Adams artwork in comics. Like it's skyscrapers with the most fucking mapped out windows and shit.
That, yeah,
it's super dope.
Yeah, I didn't love these at the time. Like I bought the first couple of them and kind of fell off. They might have been a serial nature at that point too. Like
these are the antidote. These are the antidote for the 90s bullshit, man. Getting back to the nitty gritty.
Did you buy these when they were coming out?
No.
Yeah, I sampled them, but I don't know. I think I was just out on everything.
I see their place. I see their value for sure.
I like Chris Sprouse a lot.
Yeah. Hit me, Jimmy. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Jimmy and I are on the race to 100,000 subscribers here on the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Get us there. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. It helps us out a lot. We have a Patreon, and the King Kayfabers on the Patreon benefit from getting the videos before anybody else. They're also hanging out with us in a live stream recording session that we do each week. And it's a way to get a leg up on things that we're talking about on the aftermarket. We also have 1,700 videos out in the wild, probably talked about your favorite comics. So hit the magnifying glass on the front page of the Kayfabe channel and search for your favorite titles. Check out those episodes. Without further ado, Jimmy, America's Best Comics, ABC, June 1999. We're looking at Tom Strong, #1.
Great cover.
Heck of a creative team too, man. Alan Moore, Chris Sprouse, Al Gordon on the inks, Alex Ross painting the cover, done up to look like a proper magazine, the way the graphic design is laid out. Because you know you got Todd Klein. Well, is Todd Klein a letterer on this one?
Seems like it.
Yeah, weird if Todd Klein isn't getting.
Yeah, Todd Klein lettering, logos, and design.
Yeah. So you got A-list talent here. You know what is curious to me, Jimmy? The copyrights and stuff published by America's Best Comics, copyright America's Best Comics LLC. Curious what that is.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember this because it was like Alan Moore had been fooling around since the early mid 90s with these image and turn to superheroes and stuff like that. And it felt like this was a very coherent, very measured on his part. Like he had come back, taken a look, dipped his toe in the waters of what superhero comics were at that time. And as you say, antidote to those kinds of comics.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think he even may have said so in interviews where he talked about trying to fix some of the stuff that Watchmen did.
It is the thing that he brought to the fore and created the kind of gritty aesthetic that comics would then go on and take. So this is him trying to create something to here. Let me think. This is him trying to sort of rewrite that stuff. If you guys are going to crib me, well, let's do a different brand of storytelling. And in fact, it's in a lot of interviews between himself and Dave Gibbons, where they were talking about, like, if they were to do a project after Watchmen, like they were talking about doing Captain Marvel and doing something magical and, talking tigers and, a lot of stuff that he explored even in the pages of Supreme, really. Started off with a brand new set of comics. We had Tom Strong, we had Promethea, we had Top 10, and then we had, what was the other one?
Tomorrow Stories.
So he had a wing of comics, and that was probably like some of the last Wizards that I bought. It came with a kind of full size like ash can with a bunch of I think it had a lot of Alex Ross like sketches. No, that was Supreme stuff. But there was a push for America's Best Comics.
Timing wise, I think League of Extraordinary Gentlemen is around the same time too.
It is, and I always lump it in with this, but I don't think it is. And what ultimately happens is, Scott Dunbier's name's on here, so it's got the Jim Lee stink on it, and then Jim Lee's going to sell Wildstorm to DC, and it becomes a de facto. It's a DC comic. It becomes a DC comic. Alan Moore is working for DC Comics again.
Yeah, that was a big piece of the DC buying Wildstorm was what's going to happen with Alan Moore.
Right. And I mean, he does go away. Like it does stop. But he does talk about, and Rob Liefeld parodies it in our original shoot interview with him, where he's talking about the firewall. Like Scott Dunbier and those guys are like the firewall between DC Comics and Alan Moore. He doesn't want to hear anything from Paul Levitz or Jeanette Kahn or any of those characters. So let's jump into things, Jimmy. The creative team with Chris Sprouse and Alan Moore was already established in the pages of all places, Rob Liefeld's Supreme Comics. Heck of a hand, Chris Sprouse.
Yeah, I like his stuff a lot. And I think, again, if you're doing this comic and you're trying to look different than like kind of the 90s superhero stuff, this is the antidote. You don't have all the cross hatching. You don't have all of the overly detailed kind of pouches and bullet casings and all that stuff. And it's beautiful. Like, I think he's, I like looking at his art.
Yeah, I do too. It's interesting seeing him do Bigfoot cartooning because he isn't quite up to that challenge. This little, Timmy Toolbox Kid. Pretty weird looking fuck. This kind of copy paste of big JPEGs into a comic like that, that's an affectation of like turn of the century, 21st century comics where people would just do that. I think they do that to this day a lot in mainstream comics, but we in independent comics know that if you're going to reduce something like that, then trace it off and draw it, because it's very disjointed. So we have our little guy clearly in a futuristic city. He has kind of like, he's part of like the little Orphan Annie fan club, except in this comic, it's the Tom Strong fan club, and he's got his little origin comic. So we're sort of breaking the fourth wall a little bit. And when you see the desaturated or just like almost the flat color, that's your modern day. And it's Bizarro world, right? Where when we look at the 1899 stuff, we're getting into full bore computer color. And the origin is Tarzan origin, basically. You have these rich fucks who commission a boat, get stuck on an island, and it is the island that they planned on going to anyhow. But it might as well be Mr. and Mrs. Greystoke.
Thomas's mustache is really bizarre.
Yeah, a little Gigi Allen-ish, perhaps.
Huge on the sides and then like little skinny in the middle.
Yeah. Catfish. When they get to the island, they don't know that there are natives there or anything like that. And he, Thomas, he's got some experiments that he wants to run. There is some great nonverbal storytelling here, where the guy that they commissioned to helm the ship, like, he's toast. Sorry for him, he's dead. Let's retrieve the equipment. We see the lady mourning the guy, and basically she was fucking the boat guy.
No.
Oh, absolutely.
Do you think the boat captain is Tom's dad?
No. Like he's pregnant. Yeah, I mean, it's a white guy. This is a black dude. But there are several pieces here non-verbally where she fucked the captain. It's a joke. Like, this part is a joke, man.
I don't read it that way. I think she's just sad that he's dead. She probably hasn't been around death very much.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like banging the pool boy.
Do you think Thomas knows, and that's why he's standing far off?
No. I think this is Reed Richards. This is Sue Storm and fucking like Namor type shit, where he's more interested in his gizmos and stuff. And she just, she wants some cock.
Do you think she's going to hook up with the pneumatic man now?
Might be built for it. Might have magic fingers. But it is steampunk. You recognize the boiler and those bits. So steampunk is a part of it. I don't know that we got much steampunk in Alan Moore comics previous to this.
I bet Sprouse designed that pneumatic man character because I think it works really well. But I think that you'd have to, whoever's drawing it, if it's going to look good, you need to design it yourself.
Yeah.
In a way that it makes sense to you, because it's really an odd design, but it does kind of work.
Alan Moore had the pick of the litter. So we have Chris Sprouse here, who already was shown and proven, and I think that they won every conceivable award that one could win with their work on Supreme. So they were in stone. With Promethea, you had J.H. Williams, who was not a name that I knew before Promethea. I don't know where he comes from, but man, he rose to the task and really was a fantastic fit and went on to a very big prominent career. And then top 10 is Gene Ha. And all Gene Ha did at that moment was, I remember him from Cyclops and Jean Grey. There was like a 4-issue miniseries. That's like where he showed up. And it was like, who the fuck is this guy? This is amazing. And then he did like the covers for the 1 million issues of DC Comics.
I didn't realize that.
It was like an initiative there. And then he went to like top 10. Like I don't know anything else that he did, but he was clearly dope.
That's all a bunch of young artists.
It's the new guys.
Yeah.
It's the new crop. The best of the new crop. But put some in the comments. I am curious where J.H. Williams comes from. I suppose I could do a Wikipedia, but this is so creepy too, man. Whenever Thomas is like making his advances, see, this is the thing too, man. She's like kind of like lukewarm on the cock with old Thomas. You know, that's you know, she's done with that. She's thinking about that boat captain dude, and the static pneumatic man just kind of staring and watching. That feels like the Matrix, prequel to the Matrix. Birth sequence, tastefully done.
And now we realize they're not alone on the island.
Yes, sir.
That birth got everybody's attention.
End of part 1, and we now launch back into the modern day. This is one of those sequences that I really like in comics when it's pulled off, and it's where there's like 2 stories going on at the same time. We have the little boy character who's so stoked on his comics and so stoked on the adventures that are happening on the page that he doesn't even notice, you know, the real world adventure that's happening, you know, in his midst.
Yeah, which includes a window shattering, literally the window behind him.
Right. You know, this is an era, man, where you had to put a graphics card into your computer to play any cool games. And that first appearance of Tom Strong coming through with the big, broad shoulders. It's an evolution. It's like the comic book evolution of Bruce Timm's Batman in a way, where it would have more shading, more modeling, a little bit more detail. But that feels like a genesis point for like the Chris Sprouse strongman character is like Bruce Timm. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think he does have those proportions. That shoulder thing, it's just very pleasing.
Yeah.
So it might even be that they're sharing the same genesis point. Because, you know, I'm not sure where Bruce Timm's comes from either, but,
but
it
he
is
comes
that
way
same figure.
Yeah. Bruce
and I
Timm
don't know if you can be in comics in this time period and not be affected by the Bruce Timm designs.
Yeah. Good strong jaw.
Pretty fun, too, like the way what we're seeing. You know, there's a lot off camera.
Right.
What a contrast style-wise from like a panel like this to a panel like this.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like he can't put detail in or doesn't put detail in. It's just not always there.
Yeah, it's true. So a little bit of development on the island. Good old Thomas Strong Sr., I guess, it has put together inside that crater of that volcano, like a little gravitational room. So he's able to create this environment to raise the boy in. And it's you know, it's a Superman origin kind of thing where you know, Superman, he did not fly at first. He was able to leap tall buildings in a single bound because of gravity, but also in I think there's a whole thing in Dragon Ball comics where you practice with weighted clothes.
Yeah.
So that when you take the weighted clothes off, like they could like levitate. And
it's funny. A wide range from playing with a block to very thick books,
right?
That apparently he is also reading.
And those blocks don't look light.
No, they don't.
They got rivets.
Boy, those suits that Thomas and his wife wear to go visit, pretty heavy duty.
Still steampunk with like gauges and stuff, kind of
Right.
like big old scuba equipment. And there they are on the hill looking over the tribe. And I guess the volcano becomes active again and just kills the family. Kills mom and dad. Playing with those dark colors. Once again, I would like a little desaturation on our focal points. It gets really muddy.
Someone should do the supercut of us criticizing the digital coloring.
And it wouldn't take much because this is probably the best coloring of the day. But you just gotta, like, you know, when you hold your head back, like, what are we supposed to look at in any of these panels? Even if it's dark, there's ways to do it.
You know what you could do too? Because when you look back, what you see are word balloons. Like those
Exactly.
word balloons don't have to be white.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
if you're really making like, I don't know, going for an effect of like, hey, all the electricity's out, we are really in trouble here. You could do it with everything. You could do it with the gutters and the word balloons if you really wanted to emphasize color as storytelling here.
With the rim lighting on our Tom Strong on these ankles, Charles Burns comes to mind.
Yeah.
And coming down from the mountain, we have a young Tom Strong carrying his dead parents in tow with some digital tears on the last page there of part 2.
Inexplicably just whipping a boulder out of the, because if you look, he's not buried under a boulder. Like, it doesn't make sense. He's just mad, I guess. Funny drawing here. Proportion wise, I think that little head, and we don't get to see the big shoulders. Like,
right.
There's just some oddities there. By the way, man, put on some bulk in those legs from the whenever they were just backlit on the previous page.
It's a lot of male upper thigh to be looking at too with them shorts, man. You need to go get you some Nike basketball draws. I've never seen an origin comic. I've never seen issue 1 done like this, and I think it's a very, very strong approach because it's
no pun intended.
Yeah, because it creates that ability to info dump by way of the Tom Strong comic that the boy is reading, and then you get to see where things are modern day. Like, clearly, the world has advanced beyond. This is like really pleasing compared, because I guess what the stuff would have been at the time, it would have been the Brian Hitch era of comics, and the really, really overly done colored comics of like the Ultimates line, Ultimate Spider-Man, Ultimate X-Men, with that was like pretty much just like penciled, like digitally painted. Like
I don't know those books at all.
Yeah, I think all of those are around this time. This might come before.
You know what's funny is the Brian Hitch stuff. Like, I was thinking Authority. I think that's about the same time. Also, Wild Storm.
Exactly.
Is that late 90s.
Yeah,
I mean, that's probably close to about this time.
I think it's the same. Yeah,
that's like Wild Storm. I feel like figured out a lot of different successful stuff right before they sold to DC. I used to read like all the interviews and stuff online when I was trying to look busy at work.
Yeah,
and I remember like the interviews made this stuff. I didn't read any of the books, but the interviews made them sound different from one another and kind of interesting. Like, they had their own, they had worked out their concepts.
By the way, in pro wrestling parlance, that is the definition of hot-shotting. Hot-shotting isn't just getting super key people, A-listers onto your product. The sales part of it is where the hot-shotting comes in, where you build up your brand. Like, what would happen in pro wrestling is you would have a shit territory that you wanted to divest yourself from. So then you would call in Andre the Giant. You would call in the 10 biggest, midget talents. You would get Hulk Hogan to show up. And then you would be able to present to a potential buyer the gate receipts for these shows, so that whenever you factor in your multiple for the sales, like, you goose your numbers. So that's what Wildstorm hot-shotted at the end there, and then was able to put their multiple on it and get some money off of DC.
It makes me wonder too, because like, we've been looking at Wizards and we're up to 97 and things are bad, but at this point it's like 90. This is 99, right?
Yeah.
At this point, I feel like there's a whole bunch of different energies happening. Like, you could look at whatever Marvel's starting to do with probably Joe Q is there, starting Ultimates, or starting like the Ultimate line, Ultimate Spider-Man. I feel like was something that people really kind of enjoyed. Maybe Bendis on Daredevil at that point. And it feels like there are these like a bunch of different energies firing up, almost like, let's get the comic thing back on track. And it's not like one thing. It's like, get Alan Moore to do a line of superhero comics, get, a good team and a couple of these Marvel books. And it's like, you get like a number of these things moving in the right direction. And together they are able to like, we got some momentum.
There's a lot of room to move. Guys, we ain't doing anything right. We barely scraped by 97, 98, 96. Like, let's put a bunch of energy out there and see what the hell comes back as feedback.
This is a really impressive, to me, this is a really impressive issue 1, because there's so much stuff that we get to see in a very figured out form. Like a lot of comics, like, we look at so many number 1s and it's like, you'll see some potential, or there's a germ that's good, but they probably have to pivot in other ways. This feels like a pretty big concept that was worked out before we got to, issue 1 here.
Alan Moore is good at that. And look at Twilight of the Superheroes and the work that he did on that. And it was just a pitch. The work that was done as a precursor to Watchmen, it's interesting to think about, because the more that I get into writers and their process just for my own works, 2 schools of thought. And the Alan Moore school of thought is like, info dump ahead of time and like build this whole world to have it so clear in your head. When you go to like the Aaron Sorkin, David Mamet vision, they're like doing that kind of stuff, knowing that your character liked peanut butter when they were 6 is the equivalent to actors, wanting to know their motivation, or like going off to do a residency at a hospital when they're a nurse or something. It's like, it's magical thinking and it's a waste of time. Like, that's what they say. So it's interesting because he definitely has like these fully realized ideas with each of the different ABC titles. He had some very, very clear, strong visions and ideas of where this stuff was going. So young Tom Strong, we're in 1921. He has brought electricity to the island.
I love that the pneumatic man is Newman.
Yeah.
Man, and look at that island, dude. Like, completely rebuilt the whole structure of that volcano.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's one of those thematic things. Moore is so good at pacing his stories and having these kind of like callbacks and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what Dad was able to accomplish. And then, this is what Tom Strong's able to accomplish. He eats some special roots or seeds or fruits or something that keeps him young. That's like one of the deals. So when we see him in Millennium City in the future and he still kind of like looks the same, that's the deal. Running a great piece of game right here, where the chick who eventually becomes his wife, he suns her down and is like, yeah, you're like a little sister to me. That's a good line.
Look at his catamaran's a steamship.
Yeah. And then once again, a great piece of nonverbal storytelling. The girl just like looking off into the distance, man, kind of alone with her thoughts. And then modern day, let's see what Tom Strong is up to. Look at this technique. Yeah, you don't see that often in comics, where you take the background imagery, invert it, and wobble it up to make it look like water. So that's 2 pages of him going off to the States, comes back, gets married to the old gal. Great little conversation between the two on their marriage day, where he's talking about, I love the idea of scampering little feet and blah, blah, blah. And she's like, oh, you want to have a baby? He's like, no, man, I was thinking about doing some experimentation on monkeys.
So in the very next page, we get both.
Right.
We get his daughter and we get the monkey that he's modified.
What is interesting? Not too far after this, you get the Frank Whiteley, Grant Morrison new X-Men, and Beast ain't that different. So we were introduced to the full cast. There it is on that splash page.
Yeah, and you see the salt and pepper coming into our guy's hair there.
Yeah, he's got the temples.
I mean, what is he, 100 years old at this point?
Yeah. we cap it off. The boy, by the time he gets home from school, or by the time he gets to school, finished reading his comic, pops out, and the legit Tom Strong is there, knows that the boy is number 259, face front true believer. And then that's when our little guy realizes that he might have had contact with the real Tom Strong. This is the series, really, man. Like, Todd Klein really, he's digital at this point, and he was really earning his money's worth by playing with a lot of fonts and graphic design and things. Man, they really let him loose with the aesthetics. Look at how uncanny this piece is, man. That looks like a real sort of dead type of comic illustration.
That is Chris Sprouse and Angus McKee.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, Angus Mackay, as Dave Gibbons would call him.
He would be right, I'm sure. Is
the guy who introduces the computer to people like Dave Gibbons and Brian Bolland. So he's the early digital maven. He's the across the pond version of John Kuramoto, who would be the Chris Ware, Dan Clowes.
It reminds me of when John Byrne hooked up with the one painter for like some of those Next Men covers, where it'd be like no line, no holding lines. You know, it's kind of like a weird uncanny valley of comic book art.
Yeah, very, very bleeding edge stuff. Comics said not too much of comics look like this, but you could probably find a good, 10, 12 pieces. See, it would be this stuff that would be in that Wizard book. I hope with the issues of Wizard where that's packed with, I hope I have those like in the poly bag and stuff, because it was like a pretty substantial little thing. It had some Alex Ross sketches, and it had the elevator pitch.
Did we look at this before?
No, but
I can't remember if we did, but the beginning part is Tom Strong
yeah,
stuff.
see, all this stuff would show up in there. This could be an episode. Motor oil?
I don't even know what to make of that.
Man, they sold some business.
I guess so.
Good to go?
Yes.
I've never seen that. Motor
No.
oil being sold in a comic. That could be an episode.
Not selling that to 8-year-olds.
Oh man, I thought I saw a Wizard logo on the back there.
Man, this is 2002, and it still has the La Jolla address. When did DC buy? I can't believe that. This is 99. This is 2002.
Yeah. When we were still hanging out, I was still getting the Terrific Tales stuff. That stuff was still kind of coming out. So I bet we knew each other by the time that sale went down. That doesn't feel right, because I feel like Jim Lee was already attached to DC.
But also, like, I don't know how long this runs. Like, that's 3 years in before we get to DC.
There's about 25 issues. And I bet you it was bi-monthly. I bet you it was not monthly. So if there's 25 issues, that's 4 years. And then the last stuff is that Steve Moore guy, and his daughter. It's pretty cool. Like, his daughter writes the daughter character comic. Forget her name.
Alan Moore's or Steve Moore's?
Alan Moore's. Okay, guys, we're going to look at Turning Point and Starting Point, the Hayao Miyazaki collection of philosophy from 79 to 2008. Viz had this translated and put it out fairly recently. You got to get these. Like, it's a fantastic look inside of Miyazaki's brain. So, Jimmy, like I said earlier, this is just a conversation about recording some of the philosophy and headspace of unicorn creators. There's a couple real good pieces. Maybe I could just even talk about them. But there's like a piece in here about him trying to acquire Ralph from it's right here, from Richard Corbin, and his plans of like what Ralph would be, and then who the audience for that would be. And also there's like a eulogy piece for Tezuka, where he's like, God of manga, God of this, like, fuck all you guys. He was my rival. Like, yeah, I saw him as a rival. Like, I'm in competition with him. And it's not like he was happy. It was still reverential, but in the Miyazaki way, because he's a very depressed fella. Miyazaki is.
You ready?
Yes, sir. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Did I say it right?
Yeah.
I'm going to do it over again. You don't got to hit nothing. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Going to take a look at two very important books highlighting the philosophy of Hayao Miyazaki. First, a couple orders of business. We are a daily YouTube channel with more than 1,700 videos at your disposal. Might have talked about some of your favorite comics. Search for them using the magnifying glass on the front page. Check out those episodes. Type Miyazaki's name in there, man. We've got a couple episodes on the man. Some pretty cool comics and things that he has produced in his day. We're on the road to 100,000 subscribers. want to get there sooner than later. So please subscribe to the channel. If you get some value out of these videos, it helps us reach a wider audience by goosing the YouTube algorithm. And the King Kayfabers on our Patreon, our biggest supporters, get all the videos before anybody else. And they're hanging out with us on a live stream recording session as we produce these videos. It's the best way to get a leg up on the things that we talk about, because we create some scarcity on the aftermarket after our videos go live, and it might be hard to find some of the books and comics that we're talking about. Without further ado, Jimmy, I was very pleased to get my hands on Starting Point and Turning Point, these collections of essays, interviews, articles, translated from Hayao Miyazaki. Beth Carey and good friend of the show, Frederick L. Schott, are in charge of doing the translation of all these pieces. But Miyazaki, one of the last of the unicorns. We have Miyazaki, we have Crumb, we have Katsuhiro Otomo. Those are the only guys left who are these worldwide spanning creators who've touched, many cultures across the world with their works. Wouldn't you want 1,000 pages of philosophy from each of these people? That's what we got with these books. I first noticed these sitting on the bookshelves of YouTubers who were digging deep into anime and different manga series, and I was Googling like what are those books, because I saw the Miyazaki real big, and I saw the Starting Point, Ending Point. I think it was originally in Japanese, these books. I think that's the stuff that they had, but Viz put these out, and they are a fucking pleasure to go through.
Go here. I was looking at some of the content as we were flipping through it, and I think it's really noteworthy, like the way it's organized.
Yes,
a story in color, like it's just my favorite things. It makes me want to read them.
Right.
I don't have these books. This is kind of new to me.
Yeah.
But going through them and just kind of flipping through, I like this arrangement a lot. The idea that it's a collection of essays, interviews, things of that sort. I like books like that because it means you can read a little bit of it. You can read 5 pages, an essay, an interview, and then come back to it.
Exactly.
And that's very inviting to me as somebody who's kind of scattered in what I'm consuming. But I like that organization thematically.
And that's the thing, man. Like, go where you want. I think this is a good companion piece to those conversations books that we were highlighting in the past, where you had, our Crumb conversations, Karl Barks conversations, where you have these career spanning sets of interviews and things. So starts off in 79, like pretty early in his career. But to sell you on how old Tezuka is, when Miyazaki was a boy, he was reading Tezuka. So that's how old Osamu Tezuka is. And there's even parts in here, there's like the a eulogy of sorts to Tezuka. And it's unlike any other eulogy that you might ever read. In fact, I wonder if Fred Schott was the guy that translated that, who had such a deep close relationship to Tezuka, because Miyazaki's basically saying like, yeah, God this, God that. You guys, all the other eulogies in this magazine are probably, saying the same thing. He was my rival. Like, first off, I loved his work when I was a kid, and I could not shake the influence. All the first manga that I created was all Tezuka based, and I burnt it. He said he literally put it on fire and started from the ground floor. So I hated him for that. And then when I get into business, he's my rival. He says nothing disparaging, but if you see those documentaries on Ghibli and Miyazaki, he's not. He's a tortured soul, man. He's a depressed guy. And you do get that in here, which would also speak to maybe you don't read the book linearly and spend weeks with it. Maybe you read a little bit here and there because Debbie Downer, to say the least, but a little bit of self-flagellation, a little bit of torture is a common thread amongst many of the greats.
Are these still in print? Do you know?
These books?
Yeah.
These are new. These are newish.
I was picturing that they had come out at the end of their, well, I guess not but
Yeah,
that one had an intro. I think it was like 05 or something.
right. It says 2009. That's weird. Yeah, you can find these. You can find these for sure. In fact, I saw it at Barnes and Noble. That's where I was like, oh, these are in English. Cool.
Yeah, this is sweet. I love this like assembly from different places where these things had appeared.
Right. Whenever we did Ralph as an episode with Uncle Jeff Darrow, people said something about Miyazaki wanted to get the license to Ralph, and I found a lot of artwork. You could find the Miyazaki version of like what Ralph and all that stuff would look like through in it. It's Ghibli'd up. It's pretty astounding stuff. But this is a piece from 1980, and it's a translated. It's his proposal to Richard Corbin and maybe to investors for how he saw the film working out. He explicitly states this is not for kids. Like, I'm not trying to do a piece of animation for children. So it makes you wonder if like Heavy Metal was out by that point. 80. I don't know if Heavy Metal, that might come a little bit later.
What year is that?
1980.
Yeah, I think it's 70s. Heavy Metal comes out in like 77.
The magazine does, but I'm talking about the
animated.
Yeah. And just like what is the precedent-setting thing that has adult animation in his mind at the time? Because the Bakshi works are out there, but the Bakshi stuff is all fringe. Like none of that. Like Fritz was huge, but after that, like those pieces weren't doing that much. Once again, man, Unicorn creator. And what's cool is this part at the end where he's kind of meditating on all of his various flicks. I think that this is a great companion piece to those storyboard books that I have my hands on that you could find at your Kinokuniya's. That we need to get a proper, like, they need to do some licensing here to put out those books.
It's always great seeing any kind of storyteller ruminating on his craft.
Yes.
Which feels like what a lot of this is. Yeah. That's pretty, what is that?
I remember seeing this. Jeff Darrow sent me these images, I believe. They were published in some magazine, I think. And I don't know exactly, like he would do this thing where Nausicaa was that way, where he couldn't get the funding for the thing, so he made the manga. And Nausicaa manga was serialized in like some sort of otaku magazine or something. It wasn't like in a Shonen Jump that was all comics. It was like the comic in a magazine about anime or something like that. Something close to like a variety magazine or the trade papers that the Hollywood execs would be fucking with, So he would find these ways to put his ideas in front of the faces of people who could front the dough.
Yeah, it's great to get that in here.
Yeah.
Wow.
There are some monographs out there I got my eyes on where it's a lot of his drawing. To me, the gold standard stuff really is the storyboard books, because that it's the way he writes. And from what he says, not sure if it's kayfabe or not, like it sort of starts and ends there.
Go back to the table of contents in this one, because I think these are different too. These are, so they're focused on various specific films of his. And I think that's kind of neat that these two books are built differently in that way.
Right. Yeah. You know what? Because it's like he's already a cultural force now. It would be like 96, 97 when I work at the video store. And there's the Kiki poster is on the wall. And we recently did a Wizard magazine where Ghibli made a distribution deal with Disney to release these movies here in the States. Kiki was here. I think Totoro got some distribution. And of course there was like Valley of the Wind or something. It was like the chopped up Nausicaa that fucking sucks. They destroyed it. They didn't call it Nausicaa. So we had like very little stuff. And it would be around this time when Neil Gaiman would be commissioned to spruce up the dialogue, like spruce up the screenplay or whatever, the translation of Princess Mononoke. And then that got a pretty big release. We had hits like obviously Akira way in the past, 1990, but in the more recent past here, it would be Ghost in the Shell would be a sort of turning point, and then the animes on TV and stuff. So we're getting into that place. But after Mononoke, that's when all of this shit really caught on here in the United States, where it would be an event to go catch Spirited Away. It still wasn't. I don't know that Spirited Away was like in the like Lowe's theater like multiplexes, but you could go to Squirrel Hill and check them out. And you would see the same people. Like it was all the same. Like on day one,
right?
It's all the same heads, no matter what year, going to the Squirrel Hill Theater to check out, or like the Pittsburgh filmmakers would have it as well. So it makes sense that like he's now a cultural force, so he could have more opportunity to speak more focused. And you could see right here where it's like these getting very pointed questions about things, and more like oral history components.
It's so weird to think it's that Disney deal that is a turning point. You know, it's like international distribution and everything that goes with it. Disney sold his stuff here in a way that I think made sense. Whenever you say like Ghost in the Shell and you think of like the lineage of anime in America,
mm-hmm.
Disney really sold this differently. You know, like this stuff wasn't at all like that.
Right.
And I think it's probably to the benefit that it was presented as like its own thing, could reach a wide audience, had the Disney approval, like, hey, come, you know, I want you to meet this,
right.
this new film or whatever. Pretty interesting, I think.
Yeah.
You know, just in the way that I always wonder like how things become successful. And it feels like that's a good marriage in terms of like, I'm going to introduce you to this international filmmaker and you know me. Right. So, you know, you know, it's almost like a perfect, I don't know, it makes sense as really good partnership.
They, in the early days of the San Diego Comic-Con, they talked about like there was always Hollywood influence in San Diego Comic-Con. And it was like the fandom of the concentrated fandom of the San Diego Comic-Con people, like the attendees and stuff. They made it, they're the people who petitioned the TV networks to make more Star Trek, to make Star Trek movies and things. Then George Lucas like hinged on that, and he cites San Diego and that kind of nerd fandom with propagating his stuff. Miyazaki's name, we all knew Miyazaki's name before we saw his shit, because he was at the conventions. The older nerds who could buy a $30 VHS tape, they already knew, you know, and there would be the merchandise. It would be like import tables, and it would be such captivating imagery. The cat bus and stuff. Like, you remember the first time you saw that fucking thing. So the aesthetics and the imagery, and Miyazaki's name was mentioned at least in our Wizard coverage, at least a half dozen times in the multimedia articles and stuff, and usually the manga thing. You know, he's in there 3, 4, 5 times, specifically like calling out his stuff. So he was always there, and it was the fucking nerds who in fandom who were already down, already super hip. They had the weird like translate, like the Chinese translations and stuff like this. So they're the ones that like prime the pump and create that base. You know, it really is like, we always talk about the 10,000 hours, the Outliers thing with Malcolm Gladwell, but he has a different book called Tipping Point. And the Tipping Point highlights like 4 or 5 different kinds of people who are responsible for creating the tipping point. And one of those people are like, I think they call them he calls them the mavens or something. And they're the people that are there to buy your shit on day one. And that's the comic nerds of the mid 90s when it comes to Ghibli. Cause like everybody knew Miyazaki's name before like Ghibli was the name. And we're really pushing his stuff pretty hard within those circles. And then when Disney catches up, it's really an effort to just have some sales here in the States on the books, because like people were buying it, it's just none of that money was getting back to Miyazaki and Studio Ghibli. It was all bootleg.
Wonder if there were multiple people coming to him. You know, like if it was something where he could kind of look at a few bidders and be like, this is the vision. This is how I think it'll work. This is the right partner.
Right.
You know,
because he made that.
It was a big deal.
He made that bad deal with the Nausicaa stuff. And I think the first time we see his name in Wizard Magazine, he's talking about like how terrible that, how embarrassed he was by that movie. And then it's some years.
I wonder if that's in here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. I bet you it is, man. It is one of those things where I have it by the night table and I just like peel off a little bit here and there. But you know, in the light of Akira Toriyama passing, I've been thinking about these you know, tentpole creators who have really had a worldwide effect. Miyazaki's probably the oldest guy living of the last of the unicorns. So to have your hands on something like this, I would love a multi-set Robert Crumb version of this, or you know, collect every Otomo interview ever done. That'd be fantastic. We don't have those, but we do have these 2 Miyazaki books, and they're pretty accessible. You can get them for both of them together for $30 or less.
Is Frank Miller on your list?
That's a question, because the comics, it's like,
I was trying to think of strip guys.
In terms of worldwide
so
touch,
few of those.
Miller has Sin City, but like, is that popular anywhere else?
Well, I mean, I would give it The Dark Knight is what I would cite.
Okay.
You know,
yeah.
And I realize that's not his creation or whatever, but it was paradigm changing, and I do think it was international in that.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess like when I talk about the unicorns, like it is like, what is your thing? You know, like the stuff that you created. And that's why I put Kirby in there, because he created that stuff. You know, it's all his imagination.
Yeah, I like this list, and it does make me think there's a potential. I don't want to say canon exactly.
Right.
It's a weird like Hall of Fame that would be like the upper level of
exactly.
the Hall of Fame. And for American cartoonists, I just wonder who there is left.
Yeah.
You know, because I think there's probably a handful of like the early newspaper cartoonists that would have that kind of an influence.
For sure.
Sure. And probably the first half of the 20th century, there's probably 4 or 5. But I don't know who the last newspaper guy would be. Like Schultz might be it. And I mean, that's because back like 1950 when he gets started.
Yeah. Know? Yeah. Like maybe Watterson. I just don't know what his worldwide effect is, but I don't think it's more than like Moomin. You know,
right.
Like Moomin is international. It just that never connects here, but you know, that should be a thing, but it just has never connected here, which sort of takes it away. I was talking about this with Jeff, because like he and I were going back and forth with the Toriyama stuff, like for a week, just devastated about it. He mentioned Walt Simonson, and I think that that's personal to him, because Walt Simonson, while you know has always done fantastic comics, he doesn't have the international piece that is required with this idea of like unicorns in my mind. And also there is like a little bit of connection between the what I think of as the unicorns in a way. So like Nausicaa is like Mobius. That's Miyazaki doing Mobius. And there are those Otomo books that have the Fritz the Cat piece in there. I think that Crumb has nothing to do with any of them. But you know, Richard Corbin comes to mind, but like his is like pure comics, because he clearly, you know, he influenced the French. And then when you have Miyazaki being influenced, like that's close, you know. It's a interesting conversation to have. The other name that Jeff mentioned was Mignola. And, you know, I don't know, maybe.
Possibly. I wonder, like, Hernandez brothers, because they changed an entire, like, they built a wing on the American comics.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
true. And in Akira Club, there are ads and stuff that Otomo's putting together, and it's in Japanese, but, like, the only English piece you could see is, like, Jaime Hernandez, Gilbert Hernandez, Levin Rockets. So, like, he's aware of that. The unicorns all know each other. Good to go.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something that I think about now after we talked about it a little bit.
Yeah.
I like like the Hernandez brothers. I feel like that just came to me.
The success part it factors in though, and those guys like they're nominal successes. You know, they do okay. But I think that part has to do like to be the unicorn. I think you have to have a lot of it has to be beyond comics. You know what? I think that's my requirement. Hey Jimmy, I don't think the Hernandez bros get it because they're unicorns within comics. But the people that I think of stretch beyond the medium of comic books. Did you hear me? What? I said I think the Hernandez bros they're not unicorns. Because theirs is all comics, and I'm thinking about cartoonists. Like in order to have the worldwide like major appeal, like it requires licensing and it requires like TV and toys and shit like that kind of influence. Because that's Schultz with the cartoons that are on every Christmas and Halloween and stuff. But all those other dudes like, you know. Otomo, of course, Toriyama, like Mobius, the influence that he had, it's ridiculous. Because like when you left last time, I had all those boxes that showed up, and I'm like, yo, I got a Sega Saturn, I got a Dreamcast. Like I got the Sega Saturn for these Panzer Dragoon games, and Mobius did the design for them. And when you play it, it's Arzak basically.
Oh wow!
It's Arzak, and it's like 3D Arzak on a dragon doing all the. It's fucking amazing, and he did all the artwork. Like in fact, like his pitch artwork, like his design artwork, it made the cover for the Japanese version. It wasn't even meant for print. So he even touched fucking video games. All right, guys. Joe Kubert, Punisher. We're looking at Punisher Warzone 31. Not much of a comic, but fun to look at. Good to go?
Yeah.
Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We are looking at Joe Kubert Punisher comics today here on Cartoonist Kayfabe. Want to let you know that we are a daily YouTube channel. More than 1,700 videos at your disposal. We might have talked about your favorite comics. Hit the magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel. Search for your favorite titles. Check out those episodes. We are on the road to 100,000 subscribers. We're very excited about that. And if you haven't done so, please subscribe to the channel. Helps push our work out to a bigger audience. Makes it possible for us to continue doing these videos on a regular basis. And if you are a big supporter, the biggest supporter on our Patreon, you get access to all of our videos before anybody else. Mitigates the kayfabe effect. Books like this that we're talking about today, they're going to disappear on the aftermarket, and it's going to be the kings of kayfabe who get the cheapest copies of these comics on the secondary market, Amazon, eBay, your local comic shop. Without further ado, Jimmy, let's crack open Punisher Warzone 31. The River of Blood story.
Don't crack it open yet.
Okay.
Let's linger on this cover because there's some bizarre stuff on here. What is this backdrop of like close up of a brick wall or some kind of wall in there? They're putting it through the lettering, so it's sort of like a consistent texture at least. But then you go down here and like, what are these things?
Yeah, there's like the pock marks that were just in a blank background that Kubert was building in there. Probably had no idea that they were going to take a 15 DPI photo in Tunisia of some like rock structure.
Very bizarre.
Very bleeding edge little piece of comics coloring / artwork here on display, Jimmy. Absolutely. 3D and up the bloods.
And by the way, this is part of a 6-part story that runs through here. So like, I was loving this as a kid because I liked Joe Kubert and didn't have a lot of his stuff. Like out of like Tor and like the stuff that he's bringing out in the early 90s when I'm buying comics, there wasn't a lot.
Right.
Maybe I'd get an old Sergeant Rock here or there, but I liked it anytime I saw it. And so when he shows up on Punisher for 6 issues, it's like, man, that's like 200 pages of Joe Kubert.
Yeah.
Penciling and inking. It's Joe Kubert. Like it's amazing as we go through here. Think about this at home. how much is he penciling? Like, I feel like it's almost nothing, and it's just all drawn in ink.
Yeah.
And it all works. You know, there's no, it's that's not a slight, but it's really interesting just to see him drawing. Like, there's a consistency with his drawing that very, very few comic book artists display.
Yeah, agree. And I think that a lot of what attracts me to Joe Kubert's work is that it's like he conquered that thing that we all talk about with and struggle, where, you know, the roughs are where the energy is.
Yes.
And then when you get to the final page, you can't capture the energy that you caught in your roughs. If you don't have to pencil that much and you do a lot of the drawing in ink, that is a way to figure that out. But you have to have confidence, and confidence might come with time. The guy has been in the business of comics since he was 12 years old.
Right.
In the year 2000 to 2001, when I'm at the school, I've seen him draw in front of my face, and I've seen him draw with no penciling, not one piece of pencil, starting with a gorilla nose and drawing the head. And now this gorilla is swinging from a tree, and it's all projected out of his brain without one pencil stroke, no underdrawing, nothing. So he has that ability.
Yeah, that is something that I definitely was enjoying looking at these again.
Yeah.
Because I bought these as a kid and kept them, and pulling them out for the show. You know, I've been looking at them all week on the nightstand, and it's an energy that very, very few cartoonists have.
It's true. A little stiff right there, that fella. Catching that little explosion piece.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that dude is going to be stiff from here going forward.
Joe was always moving that camera around. You know, he was not shy about giving you those top-down views. And when you're in war, having the high ground is a advantageous position. Here's another thing, dude. So attached to DC. It was interesting, and it was noteworthy whenever he started doing a dalliance with Marvel Comics. The tour comics that you got, were those the epics, the magazines?
Yeah, the heavy hitters.
The heavy hitters, right? Yeah.
But also, like, his first thing was like Darkhold or something. It was one of the Ghost Rider spin-offs, and I think he was maybe inking Andy or something. But it was in the Marvel bullpen thing of like Joe Kubert's first Marvel work, and it crushed my soul in a way, because it was like such a D-list kind of book. And I think he was inking on it, and it was like, oh man, this guy's huge. Like, give him something to do that's his work.
Right. We just saw like the Hindu Kush. So I guess we're getting into the place where the poppy fields grow. Right. There's a drug story.
That's right. And our big crossover is going to be a Russian equivalent of the Punisher showing up. So this stuff is coming out of the former Soviet Union. It's drug trafficking from there to the US, and that's going to get Frank Castle on one side of the Atlantic and Dragon off from the other side.
We played the game. You know, these were beyond my radar. Like, I didn't really know about these comics, never looked at them before. But we played the game. And, yo, Ed, man, can you tell, you know, who drew what in this comic? And you isolated this section. Then I knew what it was from the clothespin people, these guys right here. And I saw other people recently making videos about Joe Kubert, and they were like, Ed, let's talk about clothespin people. And look, yeah, he draws clothespins.
Yeah, it was kind of cool. Looking at this city was part of when I was going, wait, is he just like drawing this stuff, like laying it down? And you talk about that energy of like the roughs. It's so strong.
Yeah.
You know, like drawing a city is tough, because it's like, how much detail do you put in? Am I rolling everything off? And you see here like a really quick kind of sketch version of it, but recognize instantly, you know, like it's perfectly communicates what we need there.
One of the things that I seem to remember him doing, I do not think I'm making this up in my mind, is, you know how John Byrne and like Art Adams will have like the equal grids where you know, the squares are all squares in perspective. Joe Kubert would take the blue fucking Statler lead holder and just go like that.
Yeah.
Go like this, go like that, and then go in. Like, that's pretty much like all he would do, is give you like himself the most basic grid freehand.
You know, for a lot of this stuff, that's enough.
Yeah.
You know, like this is 1 point perspective pretty much. So you can kind of get away with that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you just need those parallel lines not to go the opposite way.
Right.
You know, if they're all going to converge,
down,
just kind of get them going in the right direction, and you'll be all right. Mr. Ranko art.
These guys, man. Joe Kubert on Punisher, Jim Steranko on like late period Jim Lee X-Men.
What a time. How about this for your kind of like Euro trash drug dealer guy?
Yeah, I was really digging the lighting on the planes here, where you have the upper lip is clearly like it's indented down, so it's a whole shadow.
I enjoyed the lighting on this arm where there is no fretting over what you're drawing there.
Right.
You know, like that line is all loose and kind of perfect for a guy going down the muddy hillside to kill a guy.
Builds that face so well. The close-up eyes, to me, that's his Joe Kubert stroke. You know, he'll put that panel in there a bunch. And
it feels like he does a lot of stuff that would be rule breaking for making comics.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
It's nuts to me that he had a school, because like I look at his stuff and it's so different than everybody else who's working at Marvel and DC, and yet, you know, sending out students with these lessons that I don't see very often.
And very many of those students, they would be clones for many years, for 10, 15 years. There would be like the Joe Kubert clones, like even like Lee Weeks. Go take a look at those Daredevil covers he was drawing back when he was on that series. It had the wobbly lines, you know, these Kubert-ish lines.
I always think of this kind of like shadow above the lip as something I often associate with Kubert.
Yeah, and these noodle marks of the furrowed brow and stuff, and doing the 5 o'clock shadow inked with a brush in these patterns that go along the planes of the face. That's ballsy fucking ink, and you go try it. You know, like there's a reason why like the Scott Williams draw every little hair sort of was in fashion for so long, because this is way harder to do.
Imagine him being inked by someone.
I know.
Because I'm looking at this and I'm like, oh, those are great. These big, heavy brushes for the underarm. And then I was looking at the car grill, and it's like you could see the brush strokes doing chrome and metal.
Yeah.
And what could be straight lines, even like the parallel Al Williamson kind of parallel skylines. Yep. I love all that stuff. And I can't imagine how an inker what they would bring to that.
You know, what's funny is it would require him to pencil. And who knows if he could even do that. Now, there are the videos for his correspondence courses, and it shows how he practices, just like looking at statues and doing like good pencil sketches. He can pencil, but I've you know, working on my next thing, and I was doing some sketching and prep work. Like I can't draw in pencil anymore. Like I draw in ink. I get so bored really fast I can't draw a tight pencil. It's too boring to me. And I bet you he's in that place. The story ain't about much. This is a Punisher Warzone comic. It's Chuck Dixon, I believe. And we looked at Punisher Warzone 1. And it seems like all the stories have been written or something. Like this is not a very, very inspiring tale.
This is right out of like an Executioner series, where if you had all 6 together, you know, it's like, oh, this is the one where the Russian guy, you know, the Russian Punisher shows up and they team up and they're fighting the Russian mob, and you know, like it's those dime novels. It's that pulpy, you know, man fiction or whatever that category is.
Yeah, the way he builds these faces, I always fucking loved, man. Everybody looks like Tor. Like everybody looks like a Cro-Magnon caveman, which is perfect for superhero type comics, for butch comics. He was never one for superheroes. You know, this is the way that you get Joe Kubert to do a superhero. And the Sergeant Rock stuff, it was always like Kanigher was always interested in authenticity, or, you know, the realistic weaponry and stuff. So I feel like this would be an opportunity to play a little bit and not be so bound by.
Look at this line choice by our colorist. Why are you doing that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what's the highlight generated on the bottom part of the bridge of the nose? It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I bet you, you know what, man, what's the date on these things, man? 94. I bet you this might have given him some seed money to do facts from Sarajevo.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out the timing with all of that. So good when he gets to this kind of like a long shot. So it's very, very simple drawing for your cars, your house, but then also like great gloves, good leather.
Yeah, the indents on the knuckles and stuff. I was looking at the way he drew stuff, like like this wrist and things. I've been doing drills from Bridgman's Constructive Anatomy, and like he comes from Bridgman. Like this is he builds these
The
anatomy
little
for Bridgman.
bits of information that he needs to communicate, like, okay, we're hiding out in the woods next to the house. It's so simple.
It is. It's all in shadow, so he doesn't have to draw every fucking leaf or whatever. It's iconography here. It's almost stick figures.
Yeah.
But the man could draw. The man could draw, and he could put together those compositions and things, dude. The knives always look like that. Just these triangles, even the Tarzan knives and stuff in those old treasuries.
This is a bizarre panel too. Look at the weirdness there.
Right, because he doesn't draw the bottoms of the chairs or anything.
You put your colorist in a tough spot. Although if those chairs are all the same brown as the background, I think it would work. I think it might work better than the blue.
This backlighting is interesting. I was studying that for a little while.
Yeah, he does a lot of like weird fake shadows. So if you look at like the Punisher leg shadows, they're so big and wide, but it works. You know, that's a weird form of like Hubert exaggeration in cartooning.
Right. How about that panel inside the panel? Right there.
He also mixes a bunch of these pages that have like a big figure or a big action shot. And I think that works well with a superhero style comic.
I think we're seeing a merger between letterers here, because like this piece feels like Kubert, this one right here, but the rest feels like your regular guys. Like that feels like it might be Kubert, but the other guys are the credited letterer. The way he bounces those cameras around, he is not shy about that at all. He is good at that, and maybe that comes from his instruction from Eisner.
Oh man, I saw something in one of these that I thought of Eisner, and I wasn't even thinking about that.
That's where he got his start.
Right. The 90s, the Stephen Platt bullets flying around, double lip bullets.
I think I am happy to report that they are cases.
Yeah.
Like it's not the complete gimmick.
He's been drawing more comics long enough to know the difference.
Right. And it's one panel. That's interesting. You never see Joe do that kind of a composition. Affectation of 90s comics, I bet.
Yeah, I feel like there's a bunch of that throughout this series. Like he might have been consciously thinking that way. Like, what do you bring to a 90s action comic?
And he
in a Marvel.
He always promoted that. Like you gotta sort of pay attention to the racks and bring some stuff. And to be honest, when you look at the old Hawkmans, like I got the 500 page essential type joints, you see what their Hawkman comics look like, and then you see what Joe brings. It's an evolution. It's a big evolutionary step in comic book artwork. Like it's like he bridges the gap from the plastic Bob Daub Church of the Subgenius fucking DC comics to Neil Adams. And then when you look at Neil Adams and you see that Neil Adams does Batman stories where it's Enemy Ace and shit like that, he was looking at Kubert.
Right. Look at the sloppiness of like these kinds of figures, right? They're tiny little figures. And I don't mean that in a pejorative way.
Expressive.
Yeah, well, and also like quickly drawn. Like these figures are this big, like they don't have to be rendered to some like, oh, get out the loop, let me really get in close.
Yeah. This dude could churn some pages. This dude can fucking churn some pages. And he was at that place, like I'm sure he referenced these.
Yeah, the guns look pretty good, although still a little bit organic and a little bit Kubert style, but I think you could find the gun that's based on.
Yeah, exactly. But with all the other stuff, the cars, the clothes and stuff, it's all mental Rolodex imagery. Because he actually got in some trouble. That he was the heir apparent. Like he was the guy doing the PS Magazine stuff when I was at school, and he had a company, like, man, entrepreneurial dude. He had a company called Telegraphics, maybe. That he would handle those jobs, like his illustration jobs came through his own LLC called Telegraphics, I think is what it was called. And he got the best of the students to do the bitch work of those comics. So it would be ellipse templates and circle templates for tank treads and stuff. Well, Phil Felix, my lettering teacher, who was assistant to Harvey Kurtzman, who made the best war comics ever, told me that, like, yeah, dude, Kubert's in trouble from PS Magazine because it's Sergeant Rock tanks and shit. It's not like it's all kayfabe stuff and like the army wants state of the art, but Joe's drawing fucking Sergeant Rock tanks.
That's funny.
And it stuck with Phil Felix because Carson was such a stickler like for authenticity in the product. So here it is, dude. I don't think that when I read the first issue that I knew exactly what we were getting into, and this sells it. You got your damn Rasputin like Russian Punisher.
Yeah, and like I said, it's 6 issues. So it's like if you like this sample of Joe Kubert art, it's 6 issues of this style.
Look at the thickness of these bold lines. Look at how clearly like a leather kind of texture, and how the lines go along the contour of the musculature and stuff. It sells the 3D.
It's shocking to me how like very organic lines, and they work on guns.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Like those lines are freehand lines, a lot of them. And yet that gun's it's more believable than the guys who use the templates, the rulers, the French curves, all of that stuff.
Yeah, it's true. And imagine, so you're tasked, right, with a 2-page spread of this size, and you have a dude that has a fur coat, and you're drawn it this big. How do you not like do the Scott Williams like super tiny little furs and stuff, but these big sweeping and it feels dirty. It feels like a grimy dead bear, and it's all there, but nobody would ink it that way. It would be these little pen lines, and maybe Paul Pope would have the balls to have a thick, Winsor Newton, 4 brush or something like that for something like that, but you don't see that often.
I'd love to see the original art of this page too. I think it would really look beautiful in black and white.
Yeah, super fun to look through, man. And just in my own private time, I plan on reading the rest. Check this. Punisher got some dudes. He was the modern day Conan. Like whenever dudes would draw the Conan magazines, it would be the best artwork that those artists would ever produce. And like modern day Conan is Punisher. And you see Tex doing a piece. And that's Michael Golden, I'm quite sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Who was doing like all the covers up to the end, and he just excelled at the tech and all the little shit that all the little tchotchkes that he would add to these covers and stuff. Cartoonish face, played around with that jaw big time.
Yeah, it was a good time. It was a good run, this era of Punisher. Like a lot of interesting artists, like you say, were on there. Yeah, flip through these covers because you'll see like some weird stuff. This is another, put a photo in the background. Kind of odd.
Yeah, real strange bleeding edge stuff.
That's another one. And this one really looks like low res. You're talking about 72 DPI. Like that looks like a low res photo.
It looks like a paste up from like a 1960s magazine piece of art or something, like Life magazine. Like it's very, very
pretty strange.
Old school.
Doing a weird white color hold on top.
Yeah.
It seems like a ballsy chance to take on a, like a lot of room for that to be out of alignment.
Agreed.
But it looks good. I don't see any bad registration there.
Pretty cool. I'm satisfied, man. You good to go?
Yep.
You get that last one in, Jimmy?
Yeah.
How'd you guys like X-Men 97? You on board? Who was that girl that showed up, man, at the end of episode 2? Was that Rachel Summers? Was that Mystique? These are the questions that'll be answered in episode 3, Jim.
Yeah, I'm sure.
This your water, right?
Yeah. Do we have a big collection of people watching X-Men 97 in the King Kayfabe?
I bet you they all do. I don't know what you're laughing at, man. Like, do you understand the audience that you've cultivated? Do you have any inkling?
I do wonder if you could draw a line of like born before this date. That's who's watching it, or born after this date.
Once again, man, take a look at our demographic. Those analytics are clear, man. It's all people our ages. Give me 1 second. All right. Did you lock it?
I did.
Okay.
Hello and welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Want to remind everybody we are on a quest for 100,000 subscribers and we're getting closer, but we need your help. If you haven't subscribed already, please hit that icon below the video. It'll notify you whenever we start new videos, sometimes live streams. So you want to hit that, you want to subscribe, you want to know whenever we are going live. Also, there are Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon levels. You can join at the link below this video. 3 different levels get you access to our videos early. In the case of the King Kayfabers, it'll get you access to all of our videos first because you sit in on the recording session. If we show off something that you need to add to your collection, you'll be the first one to grab it before it disappears from the aftermarket or goes up in price, something we call the Kayfabe effect. And finally, we are a daily comic book YouTube channel, over 1,700 videos in our catalog. You can search through that catalog on our YouTube homepage, search for your favorite creator, character, or comic book, and I promise you'll find some videos that you will love. All right, Ed, today we are looking at American Comic Book Chronicles. This is a Tomorrow's publication. Tomorrow's have published all kinds of comics about comics or books about comics, magazines, all of this good stuff, a lot of eyes on history of comics. And this American Comic Book Chronicles, they do by the decade, going back to the 1940s. I have seen a couple of them, but this is the first one I actually broke down and bought. And it's amazing. All right. So it's full color and glossy. It basically goes chronologically through the decade of the 80s, a decade when I started reading comics. So that's the one that I started with here. And I figured we just kind of flip through and show it off because it's not a book I see often. You know, Tomorrow's, I don't know if they have great comic book store penetration. I see them at conventions. I see them in advertising. They often will have sales or you can buy like the digital versions and stuff, but I don't always see them on the comic book store shelves. And they publish a lot of stuff. We were talking off before we started recording, and it's like there are a couple of their publications that you're interested in, a couple that I'm interested in, and we don't even know that both of them exist because you don't always see it when it comes out. But this series has really caught my eye. It's almost like an oral history. And if you look in the back, they cite everything, and it really kind of speaks, I think, to the thoroughness. So works cited. These chapters are by each year, and you can see each of these chapters has, I don't know, 30 or 40 citations of stuff that they're pulling out. It often ends up reading like an oral history,
yes,
which is really enjoyable.
One of the books that I was interested in having a physical copy of, got a digital version. It's that way also. It's set up as an oral history, except far more so. I don't know if this is just an intro, but it'll be like, you know, Jeanette Kahn, blah blah blah, Paul Levitz, blah blah blah, and it's just a collection. It's not like Tomorrow's commissioned some guy to sit down with the great people. It's all taken from like our Amazing Heroes in coverage that we took from Ronin, like that is snipped,
yes,
and stitched into this oral history. So there's some amazing like Rain Man character who's super into this or that, who has all that information, has the fucking bulletin board with the red yarns everywhere, and is building these stories. So the editor, the curator, really should be commended on these things.
Yeah, absolutely. They give a little background on like circulation and stuff. In the 80s, it's so pivotal because you're basically transitioning from newsstand, which is damn near dying the way they present it, into comic book stores. And really by the end of the decade, in my mind, there's groundwork starting to be laid for bookstores, right? Because we have like graphic novels that'll come out of here. But this is Jim Shooter kind of outlining what the newsstand challenges are. You know, he says if a distributor orders 1,000 copies, maybe 300 actually make it to the newsstand. Maybe they sell, say, 200, but then they're going to lie about it and say they sold 125. And it kind of just goes through like how this all works. And at the end of the day, you end up with a bunch of these copies that weren't even distributed that end up then going to a secondhand seller where it'll be like packed in bags and sold at Costco. that kind of thing. And I think that's really interesting, this idea of like from the newsstand, these things end up in like black market sales, aftermarket sales, and how they get there. I think that's really instructive.
Yeah, in the 80s, I mean, we benefited from it a lot. And I there was never a time that I didn't buy comics. I can't remember not buying comics. And after some distribution goes away in the middle 90s, I would go to KB's, and there would be just racks of comics. It would be like desolate, like nobody would go there. It would just be me. But that's where I got like that Carnage Eternity comic for like a quarter.
Right.
And it was like maybe 3 for a quarter, or you know, 5 for $1 or something like that was the deal.
Yeah, and I can remember reading like I think on Facebook probably, like this is Chuck Rosansky from Mile High Comics, and he's talking about those stories that we've all heard about, the warehouses that had like boxes of uncirculated Conan ones, you know, and so like he's talking about that as well. Jim Shooter talks here a little bit about early days of the direct market, and they're trying to figure out like, how do we make this work to our advantage? We're struggling with newsstand, direct market's non-returnable. And he says this in quotes: Jack Kirby's numbers on the newsstands were the lowest by far and away. They were the highest in the comic shops. And this is for like Jack Kirby's Black Panther, Machine Man, you know, like end of the late 70s kind of era. He said that in the direct market, the Kirby books would sell 30,000 copies in the direct market. This is 1980, while other Marvel comics were lucky to sell 7,000 or 8,000.
Yes.
And you think like what comes next is Kirby leaves Marvel, gets into animation, and pretty soon Pacific, who is distributing comics, shows up and is like, hey, let's do creator owned with you. You know, they were probably aware that like, hey, Kirby sells in this market. Yeah. Let's get some Kirby books out like that.
Shooter is one of the most fascinating people to hear talk about that stuff, because he differentiates the audiences quite clearly, and it's not that far off from those Wizard covers, right, where the newsstand one has Spider-Man or Batman, and then the direct market will have Gen 13 or something like this. And when he talked about the idea of Barry Windsor Smith on the cover will sell your book, he's talking about the direct market. You know, he's talking about the hip people who know artists, right, and that kind of thing. And he was very conscious and clearly knew the difference.
They also do a lot of numbers in here. And in the beginning, they kind of talk about that, and that the numbers are a little bit imperfect because there's no perfect record of these things. Sure. But you often will see they will drop that in. So the rest of DC Comics, this is after Superman, selling between 64,000 and 134,000 copies a month. There's one story in here of, I think it's Justice League. They would sell, like their circulation number was like 300,000, 200,000 unsold.
Yeah, I believe it.
I mean, it's such a crushing system whenever you hear about like the newsstand stuff. But again, it's chronological. So you'll get DC, you'll get Marvel, you'll get the business at large, and then you'll get certain reflections. So like this first 1980, they're talking about New Teen Titans, right, X-Men, Rise of X-Men, John Byrne. They also do the industry stuff. So you get a lot of Shooter and Dick Giordano talking, but then also the creators, and also even some of like the behind the scenes guys that are like working in production or whatever. Like there's one note, and I didn't flag it, but it's a guy takes over at DC, and he's there for like 35 years, but like, you know, takes over in like 1982. So that's noted in here. So it's pretty thorough. Early Dazzler.
Yeah. Is it that Bob Rozakis guy?
Yeah.
He's important. And he is, I think because he's Karen Berger's husband.
Oh, okay.
And
that's interesting.
And he's like a secret, like, major influence
he gets coverage
DC
in here, you know, because of his influence on like production and what that effect has overall. These timelines are great because they also include things like pop culture, right? Like what's on TV. You see MTV coming up here in 81.
On the front cover, you got some Atari tapes.
Yes. Yeah, there's notes of here we go. IBM introduces its personal computer with an operating system designed by Microsoft.
Yeah, that's
April 24th, 1981.
It's the greatest business move ever made for Microsoft, because they were commissioned by IBM, but they did a licensing deal and they didn't sell it. So that's the difference between jobber and entrepreneur, because once they licensed it, that meant that all the clone computers that were coming along could also license it. And then you get to be, you know, the richest company ever. The Dazzler thing is important because that's of the direct market.
Yeah, and it sells like 480,000 copies, I want to say. And they were doing you would get royalties on sales of over 100,000.
Oh shit.
So for them to do like 480,000, incredible paycheck.
Yeah.
For our artists.
Those numbers are down a lot. I think it's after 50.
You see Frank Miller here. So again, like, the important creators as they come along, or the book launches are covered, and it's fairly thorough. No, I think this is talking more of licensing. So we have Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends cartoons, but then conversely getting things like Raiders of the Lost Ark and Star Wars as a license for Marvel to do comics.
Yeah, Shooter always said that Star Wars kept them alive for years, and then after that, G.I. Joe.
And you see a ton of coverage of something like a Frank Miller Daredevil, a book that was on the verge of cancellation pretty much throughout its history. Miller drove it up to the second best-selling Marvel comic during his tenure on it, behind X-Men, of course. But again, these are the stuff that they talk about. Like, they cover, it's a weird spectrum. Like, I think if you're a comic book lover, you would love this kind of accounting.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, it feels like nothing feels weird to me yet.
By the way, Byrne famously not getting along with Shooter at times, and leaves Captain America early because Shooter comes up with a mandate of single issue stories, and they had just launched part 1 of a 3-part story. So they were done at the end of that part 3. How about this? DC putting creators' names on the covers is noted in here.
Oh, that's interesting. And this is that time too. Like, we're in the 80s. There were a lot of like nickel and dime anniversaries that happened, and we've done a lot of episodes where we would cover these things. I don't know if I have this one, but we did like Batman 500 or 400. Whenever they would have the 100th anniversary, they would hot shot it with a bunch of interesting talent. I'm still sitting on. I got a Wonder Woman that we could do, and I think I got a JLA.
Yeah, I might have 1 or 2 that we could add to that pile. So these are a bunch of famous Detective Comics covers. And the production staffer, Bob LaRose, was allowed to sign the cover because in order to get these, he would have to set them up and shoot them at an angle that then they could drop the film in.
Yeah.
That's the same technique pretty much that Dave Sim uses in that Death of Alex Raymond, where like you see comic strips in weird perspectives. And my understanding is he would photograph them in those weird perspectives to make that accurate.
Yeah.
Fascinating story after fascinating story. And, you can kind of see them as like, half a page is what you get coverage here of like royalties.
Yeah, the previous page was Roy Thomas turning heel and going to rival promotion.
Yes. Yeah, and he'll get his comeuppance, I guess, once Crisis on Infinite Earth cuts out like the JSA books that he was doing, which again is covered in here.
Well, Infinity Incorporated, right? Like get young Todd McFarlane on the hook. I love that.
So this gets exciting. New Kids on the Comic Book Block. We had started out.
Wow.
Joe Zabel, right?
That's crazy. I had no idea he touched mainstream comics at all. Artist on Old American Splendor comics.
This is Noble Comics. So how mainstream are they? You know what I mean? Like DC. It's a small indie startup.
I see.
That he comes up with. But, they highlight like who's being published in 1980. In the beginning of the decade, it's Archie, Harvey, Charlton, Gold Key, Warren Publishing, and Whitman Comics. Whitman was packaging and selling their books in Kmart, Ed. You talk about getting books in Kmart. I bet you they were the people that opened up that door. And then all of these comics, except for Archie, pretty much go away in the 80s.
It's so when I was a kid, and you're developing your knowledge, right? So in the 80s, I traded a kid. You can never come to my house and leave with the comics that you came to my house with. I'll give you anything. I'll give you a Ghostbuster toy. I'll give you some baseball cards, whatever. I got this. It was a World's Finest. Whitman was the company, not DC.
That's weird.
And there was a Captain Marvel story, but I knew him as Shazam, and it said Shazam on the cover, but on the inside of the comic, it was like Captain Marvel. And I didn't know what I was looking at. It's not a DC comic. It's Whitman.
So strange.
There's I know this character Shazam. My mom got the cup, the glass from Pizza Hut. It says Shazam. And he calls him Shazam on the cover, but he's called Captain Marvel on the inside, and there's a talking tiger. Like, I'm like, what is comics? Like, I just don't understand.
Dude, speaking of what is comics, Capital Comics now coming in, and you see how great is all of this. Steve Rude never bothered with sleeves.
No.
I love it. And then on the other side, guess who's coming back to comics? It's Kirby now with Pacific. 2 comic distributors who early on get into the game of like, hey, we know how the direct market works. Let's make some comics now.
Yeah. I mean, it's natural evolution.
Sad death of one of comics' greatest. Wally Wood dies here in 1981, and William Gaines is, gives the eulogy or whatever and calls him the greatest science fiction artist there ever was. Really sad, but again, it's a pretty comprehensive history of comics, at least American comics. So like you get all of this notable passings as well as new people that are entering the field. And again, with the timelines, G.I. Joe comics coming onto the market, you know?
That was fucking huge.
Captain Marvel graphic novel. Marvel starts experimenting with that graphic novel format. Marvel DC crossovers. It's pretty exciting to present it this way. You know, like you see the direct market just reinvigorates everything because they were dying on the newsstand. This
is the big Paul Levitz story, the Great Darkness saga. Probably second or third trade paperback I own.
Really?
Still have it. Because it was cheap. At the time, but it has the complete Great Darkness saga. Has some Steve Lytle artwork in there, and it was pretty sweet because I knew Steve Lytle's art from covers for classic X-Men in like the late period, like the issues of the 40s and stuff. So it was cool to see him draw some actual comics. I think he had art in that one.
Brian Boland coming on with Camelot 3000, and then talk about Baxter paper and the idea of like making these more expensive editions that we can now sell because it's a bit of a discerning consumer in the direct market in this new market that's emerging.
Real fascinating to think about. And I remember when I was getting into Boland, it was actually Judge Dredd comics where I first met his artwork during the Cursed Earth saga, and then I got this like encyclopedia of artists and it had his bibliography, and the idea that he did 12 issues of a series and actually drew it all, it blew my mind. And then I got it and I'm like, but he's inked by like some other people at times. It's not the fastball because the first couple issues like he's probably on his game. The rest, they all look fine. They're great looking comics, but it's not him.
How about that for a spread?
Yeah, dude.
It's a lot of power there.
G.I. Joe, when Shooter sold G.I. Joe, like he was promoted it at a conference with a bunch of shops, and the shops like rolled their eyes and stuff. And he gave it to them. It might even say in here, he gave it to them on a returnable basis and still didn't get much orders for that first one. So they went quick. There was 0 that were returnable. And that issue 2, because of the scarcity of their orders, certainly diminishing returns from issue 1, quickly went into reprints to the point where like the reprint was actually worth more than the original for a little while.
Yeah, it's so interesting, the licensing stuff with Marvel too, because I feel like when I start reading comics, licensings were sort of like, I don't know, loser books, bad books. And it's like that was a big part of like the Shooter Marvel era was the licensed books, like he had some real hits from that stuff.
Right. But once again, for every G.I. Joe, there's 5 Planet Terrys or Alfs.
Yeah.
Or that shit.
But you don't need that many Star Wars and G.I. Joes, to offset that.
Yeah.
Once again, man, it's so much happens, dude. From Grendel on this side to Love and Rockets over here, like
you can't disable the power on my label.
Once that direct market opens up, it gets interesting quick. I mean, here we go with First Comics coming on the scene, which is going to bring American Flag into it. I was looking at this. Walt Simonson starts on Thor, pretty widely regarded as the best Thor run, and I think people even feel that way compared to the Jack Kirby Thor run. Frank Miller's doing Ronin, and American Flag, Howard Chaykin. I think they're all sharing studio at this moment.
Yeah.
So imagine those conversations.
Yeah, for sure. And then Starlin is there also, I believe.
That is I can't imagine, to be a fly on the wall of the conversations those guys had. There's a sidebar coming up where they talk about Chaykin and Frank Miller doing away with the idea of like thought balloons, like where they just wanted to communicate via art and via dialogue. And I never think about it that much, but it's like DC then gets a policy of no thought balloons, a decade later.
Right.
And it's like, does it trace back to these guys probably sitting around their studio with these ideas of how to do more sophisticated cartooning? How about that Elementals ad? I thought that looked pretty good. This thing goes through 2 different publishers before an issue is released, before they get to Kamiko, where the publishers like pop up and go out of business.
Bill Willingham is like we're in a weird school that Bill Willingham is, dude, where these dudes that fuck around with the indies, with esoteric indies, because Elementals, that's a superhero comic, but like he has even more esoteric Fantagraphics books and stuff, but then will, do his like mainstream works and stuff. Like there's very few guys like that. Certainly from that time, he would be one. Eric Shanower would be one, and like very, very few others. I was laughing at the first comic stuff because 89, like I was raised Catholic. 89, the second grade, Holy Communion. You have a party for that, and my aunt got me a stack of first comics, and I never heard of it, and I was like, "What is this generic bunch of comics?" And it was also like probably the first comics of that day. So it's not Howard Chaykin, American Flag, but he did the covers,
right?
And it's not Tim Truman on Grimjack. It was Tom Mandrake, but they quickly became like my favorite comics. And then it made me realize that I there's a lot about comics I didn't know. Like there's a lot of stuff out there that I had no clue was out there because no direct market knowledge.
Miller making his move to Ronin, and this is all Ronin coverage, all fascinating.
Yeah,
we've covered that quite a bit on the channel for people at home.
I might have to borrow this book off you, Jimmy.
It's really impressive, man. It's just full of good stuff. I had to pull off my Thor artist edition because I don't have this issue, but I needed to look at after reading this.
I believe it.
Here's I can't read your thoughts, dialogue and absent narrators, and it kind of talks about, really, it's Chaykin and Miller are the two guys that they talk about in this sidebar. And I love it. I love the idea that like these guys are not happy with just a big paycheck, but like, let's push it. Let's really try this stuff.
Absolutely.
Let's do innovative things.
Yeah. Miller is always
1984, man. If we can have small indie publishers, we can self-publish. It's the same system.
Right.
And again, you kind of see like where things are. Madonna, like a Virgin video, premieres on MTV, to kind of put this stuff in perspective. Transformers cartoon debuts. I think it's it's interesting for me to kind of like think of how this stuff fits in history, like, oh, Terminator's coming out, at the same time as like maybe Ronin's finishing up, it's just something in my head. It kind of puts it all together. New Mutants, Bill Sienkiewicz, you got to cover it. This is comics that didn't look like anything else. And that's kind of what this book does. Miracle Man on its way here. Yeah, it really paints a picture of an exciting time in comics as a decade, and it makes me curious to I kind of want to read the 90s book of this.
I bet you I can find this digitally, like these things digitally, dude, and I'll spread them to you. I got that issue.
There is a sub story of Thunder Agents coming through this 80s story because like different people believe they have rights to it. It goes through different court, rounds of courts and appeals, and so like we check in and out of that over time, and of course. You talk about like notable artists or whatever, we're going to see whenever Todd McFarlane shows up. That becomes noteworthy. Alan Moore, of course, comes to our shores.
It's the team, dude. Like it's Bissett, Toddleben.
1985, Crisis on Infinite Earths, and that just changes DC completely. Like we're going to see all the bunch of new number ones.
Death of Chester Gould?
It is. Dies the age of 84,
so
May 11th.
What year?
85.
I remember that.
Really?
I really do, man.
Was that covered on like local news? How do you?
It would be like entertainment. It was Entertainment Tonight. It was Entertainment Tonight, and I was in preschool.
Calvin and Hobbes starts up 1985. Wow. Remember we were talking about that for some reason. The context escapes me now, but I do remember we were speculating if that was 86 or 85. Roy Thomas and what happens with Crisis on Infinite Earths of like his corner, his editorial corner.
That's funny.
And of course, you see Marvel. Doing these crossovers. It's just
that's the Magnus costume in the cartoon now.
Really?
Shit. Yeah, they have them dressed up in that.
Oh man, maybe it should be X-Men 85.
They go through that sequence there. Yeah,
they wrap up Marvel Team Up, a Spider-Man book ostensibly, and replace it with Web of Spider-Man. We're not going to take Spider-Man off the stands, but we're just going to shift that book to a new book.
Which, man, that feels kind of. I mean, I guess they had the reason for probably a new number one, but the idea of Spider-Man and like putting over another character, it just seems wise.
It does.
That you just, why not just always have that?
The long shot mention here, the big thing is the real star was its co-creator artist, Art Adams.
1000%.
Exactly. And then My Canadians for Your Hulk. This is the story of Mike Mignola and Bill Mantlo are on Hulk. John Byrne on Alpha Flight. They switch creative teams. Kind of makes me want to track down the Mignola Alpha Flights. So I don't know that we got to go through all of this, but it's such more Thunder Agents. Like every year, it feels like something's coming up with that.
I remember getting these at my hardware store.
Wow, That seems like an
continuity books.
appropriate spot for him
Yeah.
for some reason.
There it is, dude. The Marvel answer to Dark Knight Returns,
Yeah.
straight from the words in court records from Jim Shooter on the stands.
So ridiculous. You know, they get into some of that behind the scenes stuff too,
goodness,
is like Marvel was selling or being sold, you know, a couple of times.
Yeah.
You know, that stuff comes up like Shooter. I think in this one, gosh, I wonder if it's in this book. He talks about basically putting in a bid for them whenever it goes on the market. And I forget who it is. It might be Ron Perlman that buys it, but whoever buys it, they needed a different bidder because they were like part of the company that owned it, but this guy was going to kind of like go off on his own. And so Shooter making a bid with his investors was not going to happen. It was just going to be so this guy could legally buy it. So they buy for like $500,000 more than the Shooter offer.
So probably around that time.
Lectra.
So hard. When I visited Claremont at his house, he told me that he, like Chris Claremont and Frank Miller, got together and they were going to pull money together. They needed somebody else. They went to Byrne to because he was the only other guy.
This is the bankruptcy time. This is the 90s.
Who would have the dough. I don't remember exactly, but like they needed Byrne to put in the dough. And they were going to put in an offer to buy Marvel. What that shit went for was in the hundreds of millions, I think.
Yeah.
And they had like the teens or like a 2-digit in the millions that they were able to put together from just if the three of them would have gotten together with it, which lets you know how much money these motherfuckers had.
Yeah, no doubt. That royalty thing maybe bit some of those their superiors in the ass a little bit. Gave these guys some real independence.
Right.
You know what? I wanted to point out something in the Elektra stuff because this was something I didn't know. When they moved it to Epic was sort of like, they didn't have a hit.
Right.
You know, they were maybe going to close down Epic, and they move Elektra there because like it's bonkers. You know, like it's R-rated, hard R-rated. They end up selling 2 million copies. It's a runaway bestseller. I never knew that.
Me neither.
I was always under the impression, like we talked to Bill Sienkiewicz about it, and he's like, it was silent whenever the book came out. There was no response. Well, there was a response because it propped up Epic. You know, like in a way, it kept Epic going and really kind of like gave it, bankrolled it in a way. But I was shocked. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, me neither, man. But then you think about it, and it makes sense because you could find those issues.
You could, one of the all-time great covers.
Yeah.
Elektra, people were hungry for Elektra. Like Miller was so successful, so you can kind of see how it would work. But that's just not the story I ever hear.
Right.
I think the critical response was so like, I don't know what's happening, that became the story that I hear. How about just flipping through these pages where it's like, we go, Watchmen, Chaykin Shadow,
that's the
Art
year.
Spiegelman Mouse,
that's the year.
Birth issue of Miracle Man. And again,
more of
update us on Thunder. What's the Thunder Agent's court status in 1986?
It is funny because I have like all these different things, and I always was conscious of the weird publishers and things, and just had no idea how that worked.
Yeah, it's kind of an amazing.
Oh my goodness, we're getting thorough.
This is all your black and white boom.
I always thought that the Adventurers was like illustrated version of their D&D campaign. EX Mutants with I always call it EX Mutants with Ron Lim.
It's funny just looking at that logo. It's like just E-mutants.
Certainly from this distance.
Make the swords a little bit bigger. How about Lone Wolf and Cub, dude? So, some manga kind of going mainstream, or at least comic book store mainstream.
Question I always had, man. These were called the movies were called Samurai Executioner, and they were here, but way before the comic in 1987. It was called Wolf and Baby in Frederick Schott's manga, very literal translation. Was it some very, very smart person at First Comics who came up with the title Lone Wolf and Cub, because that is one of the greatest titles this side of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles that comics has ever had, and it's persisted. I think they might have changed the movie titles to Lone Wolf and Cub now. Like if you get the Criterion collections or whatever, I think they are called Lone Wolf and Cub, and I think that might come from comics.
That's amazing. So there you have it. Comic Book Chronicles. Oh man.
See, this is my shit. I started collecting with this, man. And it's Max Allan Collins. I started like right about here is my first issue. And I faithfully fucked with these. And people hate these comics, but I don't. But is it because of my own fondness for like nostalgia from that time? That was that George Perez.
You know what? I always thought this was 86 too, but I guess this was an 87. And you kind of see it here with like the Justice League, you know, getting a #1, Shazam, Flash. Like this is all the, I guess, post-crisis relaunch kind of books. You know, Doom Patrol, Question, Green Arrow. Like
I got that question.
they really,
I got this too.
This had to be a big boost for DC. That post-crisis relaunch. I don't think I have this issue, and I want it real bad.
Yeah,
that's a great cover.
It is. You know what's crazy is that the same fucking cover they used for his issue of Comics Journal?
I don't know about
I think it is. That's crazy.
Could be. Speaking of Comics Journal, here we have Shake Up at Marvel Comics. Jim Shooter is out. May 8th, 1987 issue of Comics Buyer Guide, front page story.
Don Simpson cover, making him look like a big old Frankenstein.
Pretty wild stuff.
Klaus, baby. Klaus is such a fucking ruler, dude.
How about at a glance? I was like, man, there's a lot of McFarlane coming out of this cover.
Yeah, Mike Zeck was definitely an influence that they don't talk about very often.
And McFarlane coming on to the Hulk. Martial Law, about the same time period. It's so neat to me to see this stuff in concrete, you know, to just like mash up all of this stuff that like I have it, you know, in boxes, but you realize like, oh no, could have got those maybe the same trip to the comic book store.
Right. Was Gladstone, did Steve Geppi have a hand in Gladstone?
I don't know. This story is the Don Rosa coming on board.
Or
but I don't know.
You know what he like, I think because this brand of comics came like there was like albums and stuff, and maybe it was a thing called Diamond Comics, but he definitely published some Disney type stuff. We just had the death of Jason Todd stuff.
Tick making his appearance in here.
This never came to Pittsburgh, I don't think, the TV show. And the Superboy comics, I remember seeing them, and it said like, you know, as seen on TV, and I'm like, when? I don't see no Superboy.
Shooter's gone, so Byrne is back to bury the new universe
and kill us in the process, man. Ooh, McFarlane.
How about that?
Bringing back the proper costume. Silvestri. I cribbed that cover for X-Men Grand Design.
It's an unbelievable, you know, Jim Lee on our Punisher War Journal.
Doing
we have
some surprints.
Have an episode on that for people who are the Jim Lee fans, want to see his Marvel history there.
I still associate him with that. Oh, the Action Comics Weekly, Rob Liefeld, Hawk and Dove.
Look at the wild, like the ink marks of the crates and stuff that he's throwing around.
Well, that's Kessel, yeah.
Alan Moore still going strong. V for Vendetta and Killing Joke.
I think Brian Bolland created that logo, that Killing Joke logo that's in there. I have these pulled as an episode. It's Todd McFarlane on the rails because it's Keith Giffen doing the writing. I'm quite sure, and we know that Keith Giffen lays out the comics. That's his writing process. So you get to see a controlled Todd McFarlane.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think I have those as well. We have a video on Cosmic Odyssey, but again, I just love the idea that, like, you know, look at that for a spread. You know, how this stuff fits together is kind of phenomenal. Batman, the Bernie Wrightson doing Batman.
There it is, your 900 number.
Amazing.
Kids are sadistic out there.
Yeah. You had to kill him. Like, you couldn't do that and not kill him. Right?
Yeah, I'm sure they didn't count any of that stuff. All what they counted was the checks that the 900 company was going to hook them up.
Hilarious. With. Byrne doing Wolverine. I was buying those. That's the Wolverine 17 cover there. Wills. Yeah, exactly. Wills on Punisher. And the guy before him, Eric Larson, was the artist that preceded him. So I didn't see the shout out on there, but it should be there. Mobius coming and doing a little bit of Marvel service here with Silver Surfer. Just an incredible document.
Jimmy, we're starting to fizzle as we get on. Oh my goodness. I want to do this one, man. It's written by Sam Hamm, who's the screenwriter for the original screenplay, and this might be worth dusting off. I have that one sort of lined up.
I always like Dennis Cohen art too, so I wouldn't mind looking at that one. This cover, for some reason, is the one I would always see.
Yeah, I got that.
I guess
one
it's
too.
maybe the anniversary issue is the reason, maybe.
Is it?
But I see that one a lot, and always thought it's a good looking one. But what we're getting is Batmania, right? This is the Tim Burton,
That's right.
You know, in the following Tim Burton movie, you get all this stuff. But again, another killer spread. Arkham Asylum and Gotham by Gaslight, Mike Mignola. Got videos on both of those that everybody can go check out.
The movie adaptation, you saw this everywhere.
Yes.
I never picked it up because for some reason, even then, I knew that movie adaptation sucked ass in terms of comics. But like, I bet you that was a big seller. If they have numbers in there, I bet they say how much. I mean, you don't gotta look for nothing, but like, I mean, it was just everywhere.
Yeah, that was such like that's around whenever I'm buying comics, and it felt like all the momentum from that movie you would see at the flea market dealers and people like that.
Yeah,
you know, it was just such a presence.
Yeah, totally. Every store, like Hill's department store, and it's Pittsburgh, right? So it's black and gold, everything, man.
So one last bit of pop before we call it the end of the decade. Neil Gaiman's Sandman showing up. Talk about ending your decade in a very strong manner, laying the groundwork really for DC Comics. Grant Morrison on Doom Patrol. You know, like these are so 90s to me.
Right.
But the idea that, well, if you want to get technical, you know, they fall in the 89.
Yeah, it's when the fastball comes. Oh yeah, Piranha Press. No, everybody forgets Piranha Press.
Not everybody.
Yeah, not here, man.
And finally, you know, drawing the curtain on the 80s as 89 draws to a close, Shooter Layton and other financial partners gather money up for Voyager Communications and Valiant Comics.
Yeah, it's a great way to tickle the 90s.
Incredible. So, like I said, you know, these are your works cited. Like you were talking about that oral history. It's not that far from it. You know, like they have quotes probably on every subject in here. And it is somebody that's just, I don't know, like, you know, has a certain mental makeup that they can track down that amount of information.
Read his name from the spine, man. Keith Dallas.
Keith Dallas. And partially funded, if not fully funded, from a Kickstarter. So you have like thank yous from people who backed this on Kickstarter.
I saw Jeff Lemire's name in there.
But I don't believe all the volumes were Kickstarted. But maybe as the series went on, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe they were all released at about the same time, but it seems like this series started before Kickstarter was doing a lot of business, at least in my head. These are really good.
They are. And the thing with Tomorrows is, man, they all pack a wallet. Every book is fantastic. They need a graphic designer. They need to get a graphic designer on board who is up for the challenge to make this thing happen, because their books consistently on the cover don't look good. They don't look good, man. It's the 80s. Like, you need to use this real estate to show more of this with one big highlighting piece.
You know, I have questions for all their, like, I think their business model is something atypical for a publisher too. Because I know that you can get this stuff in the direct market, but I don't feel like I'd like to see the pie chart of how they sell.
Yeah, probably.
You know, I have a feeling that a lot of it is like a direct sale.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's shows, probably Amazon, and probably their mailing list.
Totally. Like, I think they built a good mailing list, like
so
starting
too.
in the late 90s. And it's old heads, you know. It's fandom people that are used to that kind of thing anyhow, which you're not going to grow your business if you're just dealing with the same cats and stuff. Tomorrow's one of the best publishers out there.
That's the thing, man. They put out so much of this stuff that, like, I don't know where you get a Charlton history or Pacific history, or, you know, the Kirby Collector alone is something that should be celebrated for, you know, whoever's putting that together. Tomorrow's, of course, and they've done a lot of noteworthy stuff.
Right.
And probably if you're at home and you're not familiar with them, you'll be shocked if you go online and see like what their catalog actually looks like. Yeah,
but another part of the model is, I don't know, 2000, you get 2000 of something, and then it goes away quick.
That's true.
You're not going to get Komoda, the comprehensive book by George Corey on Miracle Man and all that stuff, because these things, they come out and they go, and they're gone before you know it. Like, because you just got to be juiced in. If you're not juiced in, like, you're fucked.
Right.
There's an Image book that I think by the same dude, like, and he didn't like Image, so like there's a lot of promo cutting. Came and went, super expensive.
Yeah, it's tough.
You ain't getting these cheap.
I think that with any time I see a book where it's like, if you really want it, like, we live in that age, especially like a big color book, not just Tomorrow's, but anybody, it's like you're taking a risk if you don't pick it up when you get a chance, because like print runs are small.
Yeah, like we all have very, very robust libraries. We all have certainly between yourself and myself. It is impossible if we devoted the rest of our lifetime to read all of our books at this point. But you have to scoop them up, because you run the risk of just never being able to get your hands on them anymore.
Yep.
You know, I got a $600 a year budget on new artist editions at this point. Good to go?
Yes.
I really do.
Man, I don't even want to think about that.
I like for pre-orders, like earmarked dollars right now. It's Paul Smith X-Men. It's Neil Adams.
Good one.
It's the year one, and then I'm getting out Wally Wood. It's got 3 more stories in it.
Oh, see, how do they do that?
People were complaining on his Facebook, and he was like, "My intentions are good." He said.
Oh man.
It's all right, man. I got 5 videos to edit, guys. I don't know. Bound by the technology of the YouTube app, I don't know if you'll have access to the Mike Mignola video when I upload it, because I'm going to set it up as a premiere, because like IDW wants to promote it that way, and like with like a little bit of a countdown. So just a weird kink to YouTube is that they make things private when you set a time for them. So you might not have it available, but I will put it into the Patreon stuff. It's going to be the first one that I edit, because they want to have access to that premiere to promote it. But I think it might just tease you. So apologies ahead of time.
Hey man, it'll be out within 20 hours or whatever.
Yeah.
That, you know, however far
Yeah,
off we are.
9 a.m. Eastern.
It doesn't happen often, this kind of a thing. So
first time going. It's a great video. It's a fantastic little 5-minute piece with Mike Mignola just waxing all over year one and saying all the right stuff. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I think we're good.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Oh my goodness. Good session, Jimmy.
Yeah.
All right, guys, gonna close you out. Cheers.